Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Fight Night Rising, brought to you by Wisdom. My name is Khroen, and joining me is Boopasaurus to bring you through yet another week of some great Fight Night action. Boop, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Been playing some PvE, been getting some gaming on, and I'm excited to see what our competitors today are going to be able to do on the PvE.
Like your background, by the way. I never know
Uh,
what to expect, and it's that one. It was spoiled for that one, I suppose, but didn't expect to see it here. But
yeah,
anyways,
there's got to be a story there, you know?
I feel like there has to be.
Yep,
I don't know, but
yep.
moving on for now. Fight Night Rising, of course, has a new format, so we will be going through that one. It's been a couple of weeks now. This is the third week of this new format where we have 16 players compete first over the course of 3 games, where the top 8 in points will advance into that stage 2, where those 8 players will compete with their point totals that they've already maintained, and then compete in 2 more games where the point values will be doubled. The top 4 players overall at the end of all 5 games will qualify for next week's Fight Night Rising, and earn a bit of prize money as well. But let's go ahead and take a look at that prize money. It's going to be $150 for first place, $75 for second place, third place gets $50, and fourth place gets $25. And like I said earlier, the top 4 do get invited back. We also got a couple lobbies of players, Boop. Let's go ahead and take a look here. Lobby A, Admiral Zhao, Dalagai, Foam Gang, Lear, Yunyuki, Rayo, Vredsi, and Zune Nation. Oop, what about Lobby B?
Yeah, we got Bradini, we've got Clave, we've got Clutchant Penguin, Crispy Burger, Dim Dan Sum, Huachenyu, XC Alandario,
Yep.
and Yiggles.
There we go. Yiggles, our winner last week, actually, and I have some pretty high expectations, I would say, for Yiggles moving forward. Maybe wasn't super confident in what they would be able to, what they'd be able to accomplish, but it really has the play to back it up.
Oh, 100%. And I'm curious to see if history is going to repeat itself, because the last time we had a half set change on Fight Night, do you know who the defending champion was?
Who was it?
It was Yiggles.
It was.
So, and they were unable to practice throughout that week. So hopefully we got some time to come in here and do a little bit better than the last time the half set came through, because they really peaked last week in terms of their play. Probably some of the best play. Actually, probably the best we've seen Yiggles play.
Yeah.
Ever.
Definitely. It was a bunch. It was back-to-back firsts, I believe, in games 4 and 5. It was kind of crazy. Had a almost similar performance in the week before that. Just narrowly didn't get first place because I believe Asa won by just 1 point. Either way, though, Yiggles really coming into this event with high expectations, at least that I have for her play. But also, I would say Yu and Yuki as well. They've top 2, top 3 throughout the past couple of weeks, and here we go, Boop, on to game number 1 on board with you and Yuki.
All right, Yuki, who was playing a good bit of Innovators the last time we were hanging around, might be doing the same thing. Innovators, I've had some personal success for, so with that amount of proof, I can say that we'll probably be fine. Innovator 5 is still going to be really solid in the mid game, and Innovator 7, if you can get there with the Dragon, it's going to be great in the late game. But it's all about getting there, right? You have to kind of lock it in, and the earlier you lock in Innovators, the better, obviously, with every single comp, but with Innovators especially.
Yeah, it's kind of just like be like, oh, we just came from an Innovator meta in set 6, and oh, PB, what's good? Oh, also Innovators. Okay, nothing's changed, I suppose. Clearly, a lot of things have changed, right? We got some traits rotating out, some rotating in. We see Jarvan, of course, being a Hex Tech striker. There's a lot of new stuff, but kind of just keeping it super broad. Boop, what have you been like, and do you have any expectations for what you might see, or is it kind of just like, who knows?
I've been actually liking a lot of the old school stuff from the old set, right? Playing things that you're familiar with. But I had a really fun game with that augment that gives you permanent ability power for Hextechs on the field. As we get our first pick of augments, and 2 old ones and 1 new one, which is Triforce, which I literally just played. And I tried to go Mercenaries, a winning Mercenaries thing, and I won a little too much, and then I didn't win again. So we'll see what happens there. Probably not going to take it over the other 2, which are pretty solid.
Yeah. Cybernetics actually over the Rich Get Rich are really prioritizing board strength over the potential economy gain that you can get in the early game. Does hit Nocturne 2 as well. Nocturne back in the game. is Hextech, is going to be an assassin, of course.
Very different version.
Yeah, it's super different. He's not really going to be a carry, I don't think. No reroll nocturnes, but you know, it'll do a little bit of damage, more so just for synergies, I suppose.
Yeah, this is, I think, the first time the Nocturne ultimate hasn't been a AoE attack. It's actually going to be the fear that we all know from Summoner's Rift. After the ult, the fear comes through, and then we just wait until our death. So the Nocturne's going to be helping a little bit more utility-wise and helps flashing the Assassin trait in that we're seeing right now.
Yep, definitely so. We have a potential for an item, and that item is actually Edge of Night now. Guardian Angel no longer in the game. No res effect when you get taken out. There is just going to be when you drop to 50% health, you become untargetable for a couple of seconds, and I think get some attack speed once you come out of it. Not choosing to slam that item, however, will just go for some assassins and innovators and spread the item components out because you remember Yunyuki could take the cybernetic. Augment.
And we're running innovators, so
Yep.
I mean we're running things that we're feeling pretty good about. And cybernetics for an innovator comp is really nice because innovators can lack damage, right? I mean, if you're looking at it right now, the Nocturne's actually going to be a little bit of a help, but in terms of the innovator units, they don't actually have a ton of damage unless you itemize an Ezreal, for example. So now with 20 extra damage, a little bit of extra HP, you're going to be able to have longer rounds, which innovators do like and enjoy throughout the entirety of the game. As we go over to Dog Guy, who likes slamming really early items, but that was all the way back in set 6, Khroen. Now that we're at set 6.5, let's see, but we're going to get that Yordle opening. The biggest change is the 3-cost Yordles. The 2-cost Yordle instead of Tristana is now Corki.
Yep, Corki being a twin shot and maybe some carry potential there. Not super sure, haven't seen him done too well, but speaking of Corki, we see one on Admiral Zhao's board, along with a lot of gold. Board power for both these boards is not that high. We'll see who does take it. We have the second wind augment, I believe, from Dog Guy. Yeah, after 10 seconds, a heal comes through. Didn't really get that much value there, so is in fact going to lose the round, even against Admiral Zhao, who has way more econ. Fortunately, Dog Guy is able to still sell up to 10 gold, however.
Yeah, and you know, I'm giggling because if anything feels unfamiliar to you, just look at Ziggs in those bolts, right?
I don't want to look at Ziggs.
Just know that those will always miss. I think they miss more often than they hit, but we're expecting to lose at this point. Early game can be a little rough for Yordles if you don't get an early tier 2 version of it, and we're going straight economy now. So we're also going to be hoping for, a lucky round win here if we want to get 20 gold. If not, then we're going to just keep trying to build that economy.
Yep, build an econ, that's what Yordles do. Have a couple of good synergies in there as well. You know, bodyguards. It's not really expecting to win any rounds. Actually, it would be bad if Dog Guy wins rounds here. Wants to get that loss streak to generate more economy. Wants to get first pick on the carousel. Because you have some defensive item components and a tier. Unless with some of the recent changes in PvE, if AP is good now, that's great. But at least from my experience, I don't think AP is actually that great for comps. Ahri. A bit too inconsistent, I would say. A bit too take too long to ramp up. There's not that many other great AP options, IMO.
Think about just like what's interesting about game design, right? The difference between a straight line and what Ahri does. Right? Yeah. Lux versus Ahri, right? Because that's exactly who Ahri is replacing. It's just because Lux has that ult that's a straight line, hits every single time. It might miss a unit, but when it hits the unit, it's going to matter, right? As opposed to Ahri, who needs a long round for it, where Lux didn't really need that. So, and Lux got a little bit more help, her mitochondria, if you will, powerhouse of the cell. Were other aspects of that comp, right? And she had internalized mana regeneration, so she had a lot more help than Ahri. Ahri is not as good as Lux, but in terms of design, super cool in terms of adding and changing the ultimate as you go on through your round.
That is definitely cool. I think that was one of the best things about both versions of Ahri that we've seen with new abilities. In other words, that Spirit Bomb, and now there's the Q that ramps up and adds another charge of it, I suppose. Each ult, it's still really cool. It's the Ahri identity, but maybe just a little bit too weak as of right now. I would like it. Maybe it would start with like 2 charges of it. Maybe it would feel a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, there definitely is time to change it, but that is the type of unit that once you go over an inch, it'll be the most broken thing in the game.
Yeah, that's true.
So I think because that's kind of what old Ari was like, right?
Yep.
So, but what's interesting here is we actually have the IE on the Nocturne. So that was our old Innovator comp. That was a Yuki. Yep. And so we actually completed the item on the Assassin to continue this win streak. Assassins do like losing. Normally, stereotypically, they're a loss streak in the early game, but Yuki is changing the game right now.
Yeah, just a little bit. Is your nation selling the Ziggs? Maybe just for econ there. It does have a brand 2 on the bench, and you gotta talk about, you know, these units, the Debonaires. They are very, very interesting, at least in my opinion. You can get a VIP, which does a little bit of some bonus effects with their ultimate. No VIPs yet, I believe, that we've seen, but I mean, Brand actually I think has a potential reroll composition if you do find a Brand VIP early game. Maybe something to go on there.
Khroen, you're my MVP, my most valuable partner.
Oh, thank you, Boop. Wow,
wow, you actually you were very surprised by that.
I
Interesting. I said something nice. Can you believe it?
Yeah.
As Found Gang. As you can internalize this awesome arena, by the way, it keeps score. There's like lights and screens and stuff like that. It's pretty sick. But Foam Gangs, who we're going to be going along with, and then we have the Sniper Ezreal. That's a good way to include some damage into your Innovator comp.
Very, very interesting. Caitlyn upgrade, Ezreal upgrade. There's no surprise that this composition is the only comp win streaking in this game. Some good items as well to pivot into. I mean, maybe it continues to be snipers, right? Maybe we get a Zeri kind of game in there. Zeri kind of a crazy unit.
One of the most aggravated units in the game for sure. Not, you know, undefeatable as I feel like she used to be back in the day.
Yeah.
4 days ago. But she's a lot better now. And what's really interesting about today is that more specifically said that we're going to leave the patch as is and see how it goes. Yep. And so we have a competitive atmosphere to see exactly how that's going to work. So we might see a totally different change in meta as we speak, as we finally get some competitive games on the PBE, but it's going to be more of the same in terms of slamming items. We have the Last Whisper. We technically have 2. Yeah. And we have the Static Shiv on the Caitlyn, an item that is very, very popular all of a sudden.
Definitely. Static Shiv a little bit interesting here. It doesn't always have the best synergy when it comes to just with standard AD items, but still is going to be solid. Still can make use of some high attack speed units in the late game. Maybe Zeri even a solid holder for that as well. But no surprise, with going to level 6 on 3-1, Foam Gang is able to preserve the streak, really bullying the lobby, and that you always got to take into account if people are taking big chunks in HP every round, they're going to be forced to maybe roll a bit earlier, and accelerating the pace of the lobby, because then they're going to be hitting other players, a lot harder. Maybe players like Admiral Zhao, who's, still running Yordles, not playing the strongest board, does have a lot of gold, however. Rich get richer, making full use out of the economy, has 70 gold for the +7 econ. As Debonair VIP, Leona in the shop, but not picking it up.
Gonna regen that health. But how many times, Khroen, have we seen Rich get richer, the player get to 70 gold, and it's like they never got it?
I know.
Right? It's like they're playing with 0 gold the whole time. They just move it up to 70, and then they econ to 70 every single time. Yeah, that's gonna help you out. But eventually, with Rich gets richer, you're gonna have to spend the gold, right? And that is gonna be determining the great and the good players when it comes to this particular augment, is when you actually do cash out, if you will. And so we're going to be loss streaking, so we're obviously going to be investing now until we kind of try to make the switch. So once we see this board win, it's going to be all in after that.
Yep, definitely will be. Not a bad loss there for the amount of losses that Admiral Zhao has. I believe this is a 5 streak now. Is 66 HP, which is a solid spot. Gonna end up picking the Luton's Echo. Interesting.
That's an insane quirky augment.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, a lot more damage. I wonder, actually, is this maybe a Corki 3 kind of game? I don't know. I haven't really seen that much of Corki reroll, but what are your thoughts, Boo?
A lot of people stopped playing it once when PBE was released. Corki 1 was like Trundle 1. It was
Oh.
insane. But you know, we've gotten through a couple iterations now, and I think everyone's just trying other things. Like we got to try the Corky, right? And so
Yeah.
we're moving on, kind of like Donkey Kong. And so now we're coming back. And with Ludens, it's going to be really good with literally everyone on the field right now except Ziggs, because you need to hit the ability in order to proc it. But even things like the Poppy, for example, with the shield, that's going to get just a tad more damage. And so we'll see what happens here. We potentially, with the matchup, could win. Maybe not with this one. Actually, we'll see. We'll see what happens here. We definitely have potential.
Luden's doing a lot of damage. Maybe it's not enough frontline, however. Even though the units from Lear are all 1 star. And Corky's still doing a lot of damage. Actually taking out 3 units. Still okay for this loss streak. Kind of expected, honestly, the Ludens to do a bit more damage there. Felt a little teeny underwhelming. But
yeah, same. I was kind of like,
better frontline.
Who did we put Ludens on before when you could stack it? Who was that?
Lucian?
Was it Lucian? I actually
Lucian was an old popular. Yeah, Lucian was an old popular holder of Ludens. Like early game, Lucian could like win streak you if you slammed Ludens.
Akali is who I'm thinking of.
Oh, like set 1.
Yeah, like triple Ludens Akali.
I see.
That's kind of
Way
like
back.
what I expected for some reason. That was a lot more. That was a lot better. It wasn't a ton of damage added. It's definitely a game of inches. Once we have more units on the field, that's going to be really nice. But things like Scholars all of a sudden will become a much nicer type of splash for that board. As we're moving on over to Lear, we've got the Challenger comp that we just saw, a couple Chemtechs as well, and some take items, but not a ton of direction on the items specifically. It's a little late for the red buff, but we're still going with this comp. We stole a win on the last round, it looks like. So
yep.
We'll see where this goes. Sivir been
Sivir.
Nerfed 3 consecutive times, I believe.
She's
I think
so
recently got like a slight buff, I think, on the very last patch. But I mean, this from release Sivir to now, still a lot weaker, but still very good.
Yeah, Sivir is probably just going to be one of the primary AD carries throughout all of set 6.5, I assume. Already having 2 fantastic items as well. Quicksilver, she can stay in the corner, be safe, be protected. Has IE. Look at these bounces. They're all critting. They're all doing a lot of damage. When that Sivir gets to tier 2, the rest of the lobby has to be scared. And that's not too far away, right? Because there is a Nico's help on the bench for Lear as well. 4 Bruiser means this frontline is just going to buy Sivir enough time that she needs. And imagine when she gets more strikers to buff her up as well. Only 2 strikers, 2 Hextech right now. But once we push level 7, level 8, that's going to be a lot stronger. And ooh, Alistar actually in the shop. A great Hextech frontline unit.
Also, I love like the little splashes of Summoner's Rift like lore, because Alistar and Sivir have always been great combo together.
Yep.
In terms of the Rift, and it's cool to see that happening here, as they're both Hextechs, I believe,
Mm-hmm.
on the Convergence too. So we get CC now, and when they're all in the air, it's kind of like a mini Galio. This Alistar, almost exactly. So all that time it takes to get up and then get back down, Sivir is going to be able to get to that next ultimate. And that is why the QSS is really nice. The Blitzcrank's still in the set. I do expect Quicksilver Sash to be a pretty valuable item for a lot of these backline AD carries like Sivir.
Yeah. The unfortunate thing here for Lear is, yeah, putting Alistar in is nice, but it does mean you lose Bruisers, you lose tankiness, and you lose another extra unit. And there was no items on him as well, so he didn't really tank for that long. Has to actually sell a bunch of units on the bench there to make 50 yet again. Does find Rek'Sai too. Is nice. Rek'Sai has some staying power because she is going to be a striker. Still level 6, however. The gold Lear is a little bit behind, but maybe not as far behind as Dog Guy, who's somehow 24 HP on Wolves. Very, very low for this pacing of the lobby.
Yeah, and playing Yordles too, so hopefully the economy is there. This Sivir one might be able to 50-50 a couple some rounds, just based on the itemization. What are we going to add? We could Zeke's it up. We're going to GA probably, but what is that spat going to turn into?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Probably is just going to... Actually, with the sword, it could turn into a striker emblem. And playing strikers could be able to go to 4 or 6 a lot easier. I think that's actually, yeah, gonna be the decision from Lear. but probably just thinking it over right now, wondering, what else could that sword be? Is it going to be a giant slayer? That would be, pretty nice if players are running a lot of units with high HP pools or like tier 3 units, things like that. Zephyr, wow.
The other thing I like about this particular set too, as I've always said that I feel like we're wasting the third row of the board, right? I've said that previously, where it's like I would love to see more strategy around the third row, but now we have these augments that buff the third and fourth row, for example, and so that's going to be really interesting to see. I think positioning is going to be pretty wily in this set. The other thing that I've noticed is win streaking has been pretty big. I've seen a lot of people hang on to a lot of HP, but they all have ended up in 4th or 5th place that I've played with so far. So these late game team compositions are coming online a little later, but it seems like when they are, it's doing pretty good. As hopefully we eat our words, because Ahri is a sick unit. Super cool. Required to have a blue buff. Like if any unit's ever required a blue buff before, this one's the gold standard of needing a blue buff now. Yeah,
100% agree. Has the blue buff, has the Jewel Gauntlet, just one sword away from an Infinity Edge as well to pair with that. Zunation rolled into a Zyra 3, it looked like there, so I'll have to check out that board. Oh, actually, we see it right now. All right, it's going to be VIP Syndra reroll. They're still level 6. They hit the Zyra 3. Is the Zyra going to be able to stun it or just kill that Ahri? No, the Blitzcrank hook actually, so the Zyra stun's going to go frontline instead. Does Ahri have enough time to scale up? I don't know, Boop. It's not really looking like it. She's going to walk forward and then cast 4 orbs now. Oh, they hit the Syndra. Another cast?
See, this is the other thing, right? Even though she's got 5 orbs, and she's probably going to win this.
Maybe not. Okay.
Little Zyra wins. But the thing with Ahri is, like, yeah, it's cool that we got 5 orbs, but only 2 of them hit something.
Yep.
Right? So even then, the total amount of possible DPS is never going to be, not never say never, but it's never going to actually be what you're going to get out of Ahri, right? You are going to need some of that luck, to be honest with you. Sometimes, the Ahri of old would get into the biggest clump. Sometimes the Ahri of old will supernova on just a single unit. But now that we have the Jewel Gauntlet and that we're tier 2 moderately early, now we do have the damage to miss a couple of those orbs and take them down in 1 or 2 ult cycles instead of needing all 5.
I think the big thing for Ahri is going to be her positioning, right? These orbs are doing great at hitting the front line, but they're not hitting any backline units at all, right? It's kind of the comparison you mentioned earlier versus Lux. Lux's laser goes in a straight line throughout the whole board, but Ahri from this position has no backline access. And if Dog Guy does lose, it's probably because of that. The Jace is untouched this whole time. Might not lose, just because it is an Ahri too, but wow, even still, it's so close, right? I think Ahri will really benefit from being in that kind of old, like, Vel'Koz position, like the Draven positions, kind of like second row, having a good angle to hit backline as well. I want to see Dog Guy do that a bit later.
I forget what set it was. It was set 1 or 2. Ahri was a second rower back
when
then.
When she had the Spirit Bomb?
No.
When she had her Q.
If you put RFC on her,
the 2 actually would just miss.
She wouldn't reach because the ults weren't extended by RF. So
that's true. Well, I remember Sox did a whole Reddit post of like the optimal positioning of Ahri or something. It was
one of the best
interesting
TFT posts that have ever been posted. Now that you're talking about it, but yeah, so like we've seen this version of Ahri before. I wonder how long it's going to take for someone to be like, wait a second. This is just like the graduated version of set 2. I think it was 2.
Yeah, I think you're right. Actually.
I think it was during Ocean Mages, right? So, but yeah, regardless, Ahri needs to move up. she needs to move up. She's not getting any damage. Again, the possible DPS is not there. It does seem like she's a little on the squishy side, but things like GA might be a little bit better for them. But the unfortunate thing about this particular unit 2 is that you still need to ramp up, right? It's not like you're going to get a kill in the back line off of 1 ult like you would with Lux.
Exactly. Definitely looking at Yunyuki versus Zunation. Zunation's hit Brand 3, hit Syndra 3, and it's not looking like it's enough. I was talking about the potential of some Debonair rerolls earlier. Maybe it's the wrong VIP, maybe it's I don't know what, but yeah, not working quite yet. Zunation drops to 17. Lear's at 3 HP. Ooh, actually, this is a Silco in Yuki's shop. Finally, Silco is here, the first non-league unit in the game.
I wonder if I have a theory that Silco was gonna be in League, and then for some reason he just didn't work out on the Rift, and they're like, "Wait a second,
Yeah,
we don't have to like waste all of our work, and let's put him in TFT, right?"
Yeah.
You know, if that's the case, or if not, that's cool. I'm glad that we get to see Silco in the game because Renata is not in Summoner's Rift just yet. On PBE she is, but this Renata Glass, we're gonna get to see her do her thing here as a Chemtech Scholar, which is an interesting combo because that was a 3-cost unit back when for Lysandra, and now is a 4-cost unit.
She has very interesting like pseudo carry potential, I think, as well. Be curious to see how players, if they do over the course of this tournament, do build a kind of carry Renata and see how it works. But ooh, actually the reroll Corki from Admiral Zhao is now tier 3'd. Is me enough. It does get enforced, so a lot of actually stalling there, and it's going to be hitting the Bramble Vest Scrapped Echo.
Ooh, do enough. Corki!
He's doing a lot of damage.
Look at you go! Okay, that's the Ludens.
Oh, the healing. The Thrill diff?
Oh, this is going to be close. Oh my goodness,
it is.
Casting time. 5-cost units in their casting time. Ah! Especially with Jace. But that's going to cost them the round, as we have some Spatulas here in a very nice looking Blitzcrank, dressed for the occasion.
Yep, it's throw a suit on that Blitzcrank, gonna be all debonaired up. Syndra Assassin jumping in, and Talon 3 with the VIP. Is that the right VIP though? That's the question. For this comp, surely.
Classic Talon items ever since we first saw Talon when he was a 4-cost unit, hipping and hopping all over the place. 5 Debonair, we got the Spat. 1 is an Assassin Spat, but we have 3 Assassins, so we could take out a regular Assassin. We have 2 Echoes. Very interesting stuff happening here. What's, I think, even more fascinating is that it's doing really, really well, and that goes to show that that Debonair buff plus the tier 3 Talon, just too much to handle right now.
Yep. Is a lot. Get a Shroud, get Echo with the scrap on the glove. Some great items in this board, that's for sure. The Shroud not really going to hit that well, but I just want to see how much damage this Talon's going to do. It's 4 Assassin buffed up now. Got 1 auto off in that Zyra, so she just dies barely before getting 1 cast off.
Ooh, like it gets the big unit, the double gargoyles here. Not going to be that much. No. And that Talon, I mean, that was nothing for that Talon. And if you saw the damage there, that was all true damage. Yep. So there's no avoiding it with that particular comp. Once we do have someone who has got a Thord Mail on a tanky unit, then we might have a little bit of an issue. But until then, it's going to be a bit.
VIP Talon does true damage. Gonna be real nice at getting through even the tankiest of targets. Oh man, Rayo is in a really good spot actually. It's 50 gold. It's gonna be able to go up to level 8. This could be a board that caps out at like either 6 Assassin or 6 Debonair or something. Oh, actually, I'm not sure really needed to push a level to 8 here. It's only gonna be putting another just Echo in. It's not putting any more traits. There's already an Echo on the board. Probably could have graded it out because it's gonna be a lot harder to go 9 from this position and hit Echo 3. Maybe thought it was needed though.
Good Shroud though.
Definitely very good Shroud.
The Corki is safe for now. The Talon actually gets blown up, so this is what happens when Talon doesn't hit the correct carry. But we've got the bleed on, and now it's all about Gnar. Good old Gnar and Vex, the Yordles coming on through. We get the win. Rayo's win streak is now over, but we saw how susceptible Talon is. It's just one of those units that looks unbeatable one board and looks like the worst carry on the convergence on the next. It's really all about that positioning and where that first targeting goes. As we get another tier 3 Yordle here as well.
Hextech.
Is Hextech Spat. Yeah.
Very interesting. Just a little splash of Hextech there. Gonna make the Lucian a little bit stronger. Lulu not really gonna be doing much, but buffing, and that's, you know, it's still something. Admiral Zhao is not streaking. 23 HP. Is Corki gonna be enough? I'm not sure this Corki is actually gonna be enough to stabilize fully here, but I'm really excited to see if it can and how well it does, because you gotta be positioning it well, proper sides. It's really far away from this Ahri. The Ahri is actually still backline there for Dog Guy. Uh-oh.
Yeah, 4 HP. It's probably not even going to make it past this round. Corki, same exact items, a 2-cost unit. And look at the results.
Sorry, she can get more cast off. She does, and it's gonna be so much
I talked
damage.
too soon. I just am underselling the Ahri. You know, I'll just say sorry. I'll just say sorry, Ahri.
Sorry, Ahri.
Sorry, Ahri. Man, that would be very, very hard to say with a couple beverages. But Ahri is, I guess, doing the work there. We don't need it to be in the front couple rows for now. Might have been a little bit more solid in that win, but as of right now, color me surprised.
Yeah,
I thought the Corki was going to dominate that round, to be honest with you.
I kind of thought so too, mostly again because the positioning there, but no, it was not to be. Lear is out in 8th, and Dog Guy and Zoon Nation both hanging out with single digits. Admiral Shao as well, kind of nearing that lethal territory after that loss.
I have 7 digits for you. That's pretty good. Anyway, we've got potential Gnar 3 on the board. Haven't quite seen the Gnar. Also very interesting that we get a Socialite Yordle. That was kind of, it's a nice little bridge to power to try to get, eke out a couple more wins so you're not totally bottoming out like we're seeing happen right now. But Admiral Zhao trying their best. So it's just interesting. We have best in slot Ahri items. We put it on Corki. We have the 6 Yordles, and we saw the Ahri went out.
Ooh, a great Shroud from Yoon Yuki. He's going to hit the whole club for Admiral Shao's board here. Corki, however, has low mana pool, so it's not going to be the end of the world. How much damage can he do, though? There's a Jace in the back line. There's even a Gold Collector, a Seraphine in the back as well. Looks like it's going to deal enough. There's not the thrill value that Admiral Shao wanted. Fortunately, killed enough to whereas he is still 1 HP and alive, but cannot afford another loss. Sindra throws Ahri to the corner, but yeah, it's going to be okay. Oh my god, this Draven, though.
Infinite range.
Yeah.
It's got the VIP.
Draven.
Yeah, Bloodthirster's back, folks. It's back. It was kind of making a little bit of an appearance near the end of set 6. Now that we're here, there are a couple different potential Bloodthirster users. And maybe, again, the two of us have undersold this Ahri. And we have to say sorry, Ahri, as Dog Guy playing the Ninetales Fox now instead.
I don't want to say sorry, Ahri, though. I don't want to.
I only say sorry if you mean it, Khroen.
The front line is good. It's 5 Syndicate, 4 Arcanist. And having Ahri be a Syndicate unit is super nice. She's able to heal herself up, doesn't need to prioritize any items like, Hodge or Gunblade or anything like that. She can go this full damage. Comparing her to Lux, her perfect items are also Lux's perfect items. It's gonna be enough. I mean, this Draven has infinite range. Chances are he's gonna be able to take down this Ahri, but has to get through the Braum first.
Yeah, the Syndicate frontline doing really, really well. It's been taking a long time to get to the Ahri, and Ahri's going to get to the Draven first. But we've got the Bloodthirster. It's going to be a race. Ahri's down, and Ahri's always been bad against Draven whenever they've been together, if they've ever been together. But on the Rift, at the end of the day, I'd probably want a Draven. Actually, maybe new Ahri is a little bit better. But before all the changes, Draven's who I would want, and the Draven's who you would have wanted here on the Convergence too.
Definitely. A big gap between the bottom 4 and the top 4 as we have Zoon Nation going out in 7th, Admiral Shao in 6th. Dog Guy does take a 5th with the Ahri, but probably not the best. Not what they were really hoping for. But now it's still 31 HP left on Red Eye, who's still in 4th here. Very interesting comp from Foam Gang. Foam Gang came out in this lobby, full win streaking, had the Sniper Ezreal. Now it's going to be Sniper Seraphine with a couple of solid items, as well as a fully perfect item built Jhin. And actually values a 4-cost now is a little bit of a pseudo carry, especially with this Jewel Gauntlet.
It has the rival buff as well. So in the last half set, you had to have both Jinx and Vaya on the field in order to get their bonus. Now you only can have one of them, a la Garen and Darius from before. But now we've got the Jewel Gauntlet too, and Vi's ultimate is really cool if you're able to get her to ramp up. So it's another reason why we have her in the back line. We don't want her to get blown up at the beginning of a round and get no value out of that ult.
Yep, exactly. Nice last second swap from Foam Gang just in case was going up against any assassins, and I guess there's still a couple, so Echo not going to jump into the clump. It is not going to ult the Jhin or the Seraphine. Yuki has Jace too, though. The Jace is now hitting Seraphine in the back line. Oh man, Jace backline carry is still so good, but it's not enough for the Jhin. Can Jhin get the cast off? It's just Zillion v Zillion as Foam Gang Zillion wins it. I don't think I've ever seen a comp like that result in just a Zillion v Zillion.
Well, they're the same comp.
Yeah.
So that, I guess if there's only one way to do it, then it's going to be with the Zillion. So this comp is missing the Jace. There was a Jace on the last one, but I think the Seraphine was good enough here. Static Shiv on Seraphine has been good for a whole set now. And we even have some displacement with the Blitzcrank. We've got the Bear to tank. We even got a little bit of extra damage as well on that Socialite hack. So this is actually looking quite good. Rage Blade on the Ezreal's interesting, but I think this is probably going to come down to 2 innovator comps at the end here, depending on if this Debonair comp can take the dub. And it will this round because Jhin just got marked for death.
Marked for death by this Talon. Talon does so much damage. Yeah. Better positioning needs to come through to win that fight. Red Sea does go out in 4th. Now a Jace in the backline here for Foam Gang, as Jace has the 5th innovator. Not able to get up to 7, however.
You need a strat for that. We're going to augment to get up to 7. It's still good. Still not like a guaranteed lobby win, but you will 100% get a top 4 with an innovator 7. It's one of the most guaranteed comps for a top 4 you can ask for. Jhin 2 gonna wait for another round. We've got 49 HP. Actually, all 3 players can make it to round 7, which might actually happen because Talon did not get enforced. It was the Echo and the Talon just eliminating these backlines. It's time to move your carries into the front line, folks.
Yep, Assassin's a bit too good at dealing with backline. It's very awkward, however, because Foam Gang's Augment is going to be back foot, which means if they start in the back 2 rows, they're going to get bonus attack speed, so you're going to be losing value either way.
That is called being stuck between a rock and a hard place, my friends. Yep. Man, there's a reason why colloquialisms exist, and that's a good one. As the Thief's Gloves going to go over to Yuki, so we're going to get a little bit of extra value from that. Who are we going to put it on?
Let's see. Ooh.
Vi, most likely.
Yep, there we go.
Ooh, good Vi items.
Yeah, solid carry items. I even rolled some to Caitlyn too, somehow, some way. There is 4 Enforcer from Yoon Yuki, so if we get to the Rift Herald, maybe we'll see someone have a little oopsie moment like DQA did in the mid set. But
do you know what was so funny about that? Is we literally that Thursday were like, someone's gonna make a dumb mistake, right? Like someone
get the yips, big tournaments.
Exactly.
Same thing we were talking about.
Like some amazing world-class player is gonna make a mistake that silver players know what to do on, and that's pretty much what happened. That is, I mean, DQA just overthink that like 3 times.
Yeah.
I've never seen the Shelly get that much respect before.
It's crazy. I mean,
or not Shelly,
just
but yeah,
disrespect, I guess, with the Shelly. Think, oh, you just need, a Fiora 2 and just whatever in there to beat the Shelly. But
yeah,
no,
exactly.
You need a bit more. It was like, oh, my heart for DQA there, because he was like 95% of the way there. And then...
Well, and the worst part about gaming, right, is that DQA finished that day in first place.
Yeah.
Right? But that is not what we're talking about.
True.
Right? We're talking about losing to a PvE round that literally I didn't know was possible to lose against.
Crazy. He almost won that tournament too. It was close second place.
Yep. I wonder if he had beaten
It'd be a whole new world.
Yeah. Anyway, enforced on the Talon, however, Seraphine not looking the right direction. Neither of them are.
Ooh,
oh, actually, Seraphine gets thrown to safety with that Syndra here. And so all of a sudden, this Talon is gone. Thank you, opposing team. It's like scoring an own goal.
Yeah. Ooh, Foam Gang drops to 1 HP, and Foam Gang was the lobby leader in HP for a very, very long time. Does hit Braum too. But now Rayo still has a good shot at first placing this. Can go level 9. Maybe can fit in some 6 Sin or 7 Debonair, depending. Probably 6 Sin. Most likely thing.
QSS is a really nice item for someone like a Kha'Zix if we were already building that carry, which we still can. I wonder if it's going to go on the Syndra, which
probably
is in the back line.
Yeah, I'm sure he has the. Oh, could I?
Oh,
item remover.
We've got a remover, so that's really nice. Who else would be a better assassin?
I mean, wait a minute. Oh, QSS the Talon? I don't really think the Talon needs a QSS. Oh, wait a minute. Foam Gang got Jin 3. Uh-oh.
Talon 3 could take him down, though. It's going to be all about that positioning, right? Like, yeah. It's so crazy. We're on 7-1, right? And so many things have happened. So many of these players have done the right things to where the deciding factor might legitimately be where this Talon is.
Yep.
And it's on the wrong side.
Opposite side of the Jin. Right side of the Seraphine. She's going to fall down without even ulting.
Oh, good blitzcrank hook.
Yeah.
Oh.
And Talon
oh no, he's targeting the Talon.
No.
Oh. But you saw the possibility, right? The Talon could have taken him down. But unfortunately, we get thrown out. 3 players remaining at round 7-2. I told you the other day I had 5 people remaining at round 7-1. That was nuts. I wonder what the chances of that are. But 3 people, all under 10 HP, everyone at a single life.
Yep, the game could end here. Could be one more round after, however. Rayo finds a Renata 2. It's really just about this Talon positioning, however. Where is Talon going to jump to? Is he going to take out the primary carries? How is Foam Gang going to always protect this Jin? This is solid positioning to protect the Jin. Might not be the best, though. Jin gets swapped over right side. Dodges the Shroud. Jin could clean up here.
Oh, Jin can 100% clean up. Gets enforced, though, so if the Seraphine gets a nice ultimate off, we might see that Jin get taken down. Oh, and the Seraphine doesn't go that direction. But he does get sniped from Caitlyn. Who would have thunk it? That arcane buff, huh? Thanks. Thank you, Netflix. So it is Orianna versus Echo, and that is the double elimination, my friends.
Oh, man. Yoon Yuki wins the lobby with 5 Innovator, 4 Enforcer. What a way to end the game on a double kill there where a Jin 3 loses. Gets Caitlyn sniped. Arcane buff indeed, Boop. That's... Don't come between Caitlyn and her gun, that's all I'm saying.
I mean, there are bad ways to lose, but losing your tier 3 carry to a Caitlyn in general in TFT is one of the worst ways to do it. I mean, that is a 1-cost unit. That unit is there just to get Sniper and Enforcer. It is the definition of a splash unit, especially in the late game. But, you take value where you find it.
That is true.
We found it with the Caitlyn.
Caitlyn just kind of deletes units in the early game, but turns out she can do that in the late game as well. Absolutely wild finish. I thought for sure Jin 3 would carry out that game to a win, but no. I think there was even a game in the recent mid-set finale where Jin 3 ended up going 5th. It's just like, sure, he's a great unit, but it's still going to be so vulnerable, right? If someone can jump onto him in the back line, Lux lasers, things like that. Jin kind of like stunlocks himself when he's starting to get his ultimate ramping up. So not invulnerable, as we definitely know. But let's go ahead and figure out what scores for the last game, especially from the lobby that we didn't see. Is going to be lobby B. Berdini getting first. Crispy Burger gets second. Zylendario gets third, and Yiggles does start the day with a top 4 and 4th.
Maybe make it a little bit easier on herself. She had to win game 3 in order to make it even into the final lobby last week, but might be having a little bit of an easier time this time. And we got Triple D down there. Dim Dan Sum. That's an inside joke. We know that there's not 3 Ds there.
There's two. We learned. Dim Dan Sum. I did it. I said it right.
We did it right, everyone. But I'm really intrigued to see how that might happen, because Dim Dan Sum has actually played very, very well at Fight Night in the past. True. And we've seen the 8th place turn into a final lobby appearance before. So the hope is not dashed.
Definitely not dashed. There is only, 2 games left to make it into the final half of the day, though. I guess not quite the half, but the final part of the day. It's not an even split, 3 games and then 2. Math is hard. That's why I don't do it on broadcast. But either way, I think there's still opportunity for Triple D. It's in my head now, even though it's you've ruined me, Boop. Anyway, still a chance for Dimdan Sum to get into that final lobby, as you said, with a couple of good placements, which we know that they are able to do. Definitely expecting to see Yunyuki there. Yunyuki, time and time again, has top 3 in the past couple weeks, and it might be actually a time for a Yunyuki win. It's a little early to call that maybe, but definitely a great player.
Yeah, likes innovators. Innovators are in a good spot, so today might be the day.
Definitely might be, but we're going to go ahead and go to a quick break. Don't get work, so we'll be right back with more Fight Night Rising brought to you by Wisdom. Welcome back to Fight Night Rising, brought to you by Wisdom. Boop is still here with a new background, though. I don't know what's going on. I like Khroen though, so I must say I like it. Khroen, actually, in my opinion, best vegetable. I know not many people agree, but
you know what, chat? Throw your favorite vegetable in the chat. Let's give it up for one of the most undervalued food groups out there. There's some good vegetables. Cauliflower, underrated. Broccoli, undervalued. Peas, don't like them, but that's okay. I like the other ones. The green or green corn, as I used to call them as a kid when I was like 3. But yeah, I picked this because we're corny, Khroen.
Are we? That's not a word that I want to describe me, Boop. I thought we maybe, I'll take it. It happens sometimes. And what's about to happen right now is game number 2. We saw some great action in Lobby A, but we didn't get a chance to check out Lobby B. Not really sure what the story of that was. We do know that Berdini got a first, Chrissy Berger second, so on and so forth. Triple D unfortunately started the day off with an eighth. But there's a lot more to see in terms of comps as well. We only saw a just little picture of the story. We still know that people can run some crazy, maybe like Tryndamere carry compositions. We haven't really seen that much mutant. We did see a lot of innovators though. Saw some rerolling happening. There's some debonair reroll, some talon reroll, even some quirky reroll. So maybe it's a story of if you don't know what to play, just pick a unit that you like and reroll it, right? It's a story of how Kivix won mid-set finale, so might as well just reroll.
It's so funny. You kind of described button mashing, right, in fighting games, right?
Yeah.
Where, I was literally just like, not even humble bragging. I was straight up bragging about some of my fighting game experiences earlier today. And I've gotten beat by button mashers, right? Like, I've seen some combos get pulled off of someone who have 0% intention of pulling them off. I think that's kind of the same thing. It's like, I like quirky. I've got a quirky too. Let's just see what happens. And, I actually think at the end of the day, it was the augment that got us.
Yeah.
On that quirky game. Luden's good idea. Oh, no.
Wow.
Luden's good idea on that. But let's go ahead and shift gears real quick. Now that we have it's culinary school on the Convergence, friends, as everyone gets a spatula.
More dog, why? Is what most people in games would say, but not me. I think this is going to be an exciting game, especially with this new set. I think there's a lot of discovery that can be done with spat openers. Do you slam one early if you get a good augment that puts you in a certain direction? Do you greed out, maybe save that spat to get a tactician's crown a bit later? Both viable options, but I think it does depend on just what you find in the shops. Berdini, our lobby B game 1 winner, finds a pair of brands. Let's see what direction they go here.
I wonder. Debonair moderately underperformed my expectations. Yes, we had a Talon 3 get second. No, win third.
Second or third. Not sure which actually.
It didn't win, but it got top 3. Was the highest performing Debonair comp. Talon's not really the Debonair comp that I think some of us thought. Of course, it's going to be the Draven. But the Debonair is not, at least in that first lobby, we didn't see what happened in the second lobby. Underperforming. No one able to really get the Draven going, even though I think we did have a VIP Draven on there.
Yeah, we did.
I like lifelong learning. I think it's a cool augment. It's not a smart one if you don't have, that direction. But, it's infinite potential when it comes to those scholars.
Yeah.
And, that's how you can get someone like Granada outside of the pseudo carry into the carry situation. That's a little bit further away, but we can compensate a weak early game with it. It's probably item grab bag though.
Yep.
Right. It's just like one of those things. We can talk about the other choices, but one choice had a 5% chance. The other had like a 5, and one had 90. But it's good to talk about the 5% sometimes.
It definitely is, because if a player does end up picking it, it's like really great to understand, why that would happen. Is it a play style thing? Is it the units that they already found? Is it the items that they have? But not gonna be in that case here, of course. It is gonna be nice to pick up these brands and scholars with the chalice that the item grab bag did give. I just forget now that what's it called? Caston's a scholar. That's not very intuitive for me, but so it goes.
Everyone's allowed to have an education.
I guess so. I'm not trying to education gatekeep. I'm just saying I'm just not used to it. There's just a lot of change.
Well, and the thing about Kassadin is that he actually scales moderately nicely when it comes to that frontline potential. So scholars for a very long time have had a hard time with it. It's so unfortunate because we actually have a lifelong learning opening here. This is part of the 5% that might have worked.
It is true. It's possible.
Yeah, we lose the round, so we wouldn't have gotten the extra AP, but losing to Yordles at this point in time means that we probably aren't super strong. That is a tier 2/6 though.
Yeah, I think probably to be able to run lifelong learning from the opener, you probably would have to get an initial orb that actually, not even sure, because there's not even any 3-cost scholars anymore, right? Because there's no Lysandra, there's no Heimer. It's probably pretty hard to justify that, because 2-cost rerolling is just oftentimes not as good as 3-cost rerolling.
Well, there's a whole augment for 3-cost rerolling now.
That's
so
true. Yeah.
That might just be a better option. So interesting. It's interesting to go deep dive into some of those choices that in the early game feel really smart, but there's going to be actual dead space in that comp where hopefully your scholars have gained enough AP to compensate for the dead space and live in it instead. As Yiggles now, we have 3 striker, our first striker comp.
Yeah, actually,
of any version.
Yeah. Committing the spatula so early to strikers, but also having Knife's Edge, so having to exist in the first 2 rows. I think Yiggles is already at 2-2 committed to playing Irelia. Because, I mean, maybe Sivir can work if you have her in you know, second row, but it's going to be a little awkward. Irelia, however, being that scrap striker, I think has a lot of potential to carry. So really excited to see how Yiggles gets there is the main thing, because not a super strong opening board, not a lot of economy, and having to roll on level 7 or 8 for a specific forecast unit doesn't always end well. Actually, I'm kind of scared for Yiggles from this position, even though it's so early already.
Yeah, I actually, in terms of limit testing and things that I've seen, strikers are probably one of the comps I see the least, even though it is a kind of anything that has like a six kind of unit situation like strikers do tend to be naturally easy to gravitate towards. But you know, I haven't really seen that many striker comps. I got destroyed by a Rek'Sai like 2 or 3 days ago, but other than that, then that's pretty much it. Destroyed
by a Rek'Sai, interesting.
Yeah, I forget the itemization, but it was pretty nuts. It was tier 3 like really early too.
Oh,
so
wow.
you know, it's just one of those situations that any carry can be good if you get it tier 3 way earlier than everybody. So instead of losing 10 HP, you take that HP from other places, and it affects the late game.
Yeah. Maybe Eagles will use this Tryndamere as a mid-game, you know, striker, sped it up, maybe get a few Chemtechs in there, some challengers as well. Could be possibility. Could be the kind of bridge of the gap in the mid-game, but for now move over to Glaive, who is the only player still 100 HP. Really wanting to protect the streak, running early game scraps and bodyguards. Solid opener. Not going to get many items left over, though, at least many good ones.
So I wonder if our friend here is named Clave, because that's an instrument. So
maybe.
I wonder if that's gonna. It's the one that sounds like a cricket. Not a cricket. It's like these 2 little sticks that are really loud when you hit them together. I wish I had a sample. You know exactly what I was talking about.
I think I actually might still.
Yeah. It's got like a nice. In terms of timbre, it kind of sings over the rest. It almost sounds like you're in a cave. But yeah, look at that music degree coming in, folks. Thanks, Mom and Dad. Appreciate it. Couldn't describe a percussion instrument. All right, Clave. Now 100 HP and maybe into percussion. We'll never know. But we also have a Nikos here, which is really interesting, as that opens up late game potential. That opens up potential slow playing in the early game to try to experience a little bit, get experience a little bit faster. We are on a win streak too, so hopefully we win this if you're a Clave fan.
Hopefully, at least continue the streak here. It is going up against a double chalice brand from Bradini, and I think that is a lot more likely to win streak. There is going to be okay, the Kassadin does get another cast off. Can Brand clean this up? There's still another Vex to go through for Clave's board. Makes it so that the Vex is not going to be able to cast again. It's just a 1v1 now, Boop. Can Brand maybe the second cast? It is going to stun, I believe, here. And, it just takes it out, actually. Clave, not a fan of what happened that round.
We would have loved to carry that win streak on, but double chalice Brand's not something you expect most of the time, even though Brand tends to have triple chalice builds. That's interesting. I wonder if it's because he tends to be 1-cost unit, but we also saw that Kassadin's pretty good, right? Was able to last a little bit longer than anticipated. Has new synergies on the board right now, just a tier 2 unit. Unfortunately, not invited to the party with the hats. Has to stay at home and cook some eggs instead with that spatula.
Not gonna be an upgraded emblem. And okay, I didn't even notice actually. Clave has the mutant like unstabilization. I forget the exact name of the augment.
That's why that Kassadin's doing so well.
Yeah.
Unstable evolution, you're correct.
Unstable evolution, that's what it is. And so probably just a full lean towards mutant for Clave, and that's one of the more, I would say, awkward compositions, because there's no guarantee you're going to run into mutants early. Even if you do, there's not a guarantee that you're going to roll the correct stat that you kind of want from that. What's your end game going to look like? It's all very, very weird, but really curious to see where it will end up, though, because the potential of it to be good is definitely there. As ooh,
Yeah.
Dim Dan Sum has VIP brand. Actually, is rerolling it. It looks like potentially. I mean, it's level 5 right now, but still could slow roll on 5 for the brand 3.
Wow, a lot of brands. So a lot of good branding happening right now for
Good
that
branding.
Unit. But the thing about brand 2 is that we're going to be valuable for a good while longer. Not quite as good as Twisted Fate was, right, in terms of being able to get value into the late game. But we have VIP brand. We can re-roll it. And I believe the VIP is that it splits into 2 different ults, right?
I believe so. I believe it will hit the closest and the farthest away. Maybe
And
something
so,
different, but, yeah.
in worst case scenario, we get one ult off and someone else has to find the damage. I don't think that the brand can carry on its own. Might be okay with just a single talent, but what we really want is for the brand to ult, kind of butter up the back line to get one shot by something else potentially.
Yep. A lot of good items, just not for brand for Dim Dan here. It's going to be, in fact, Leona Dragon Claw, making her a lot tankier in that front line. Going to be good, actually, in the brand v brand matchup. Brand going to be shooting himself with kind of fireballs of his own there from that D-Claw.
Yep. This branding challenge, looking like a Dragon's Claw, was a pretty good choice. We're going to get more ultimates from Dim Dan Sum and that brand, but we have more raw ability power from the party hats, but the party's over. Branding goes to Dim Dan Sum.
Party over, back it up, go home. Dim Dan, 96 HP, it continues the win streak. Kha'Zix in shop for Clutch and Penguin. Kha'Zix, kind of an awkward carry, a little bit like set 2 Kha'Zix, but I would say just like worse feel personally. Probably not gonna play it for very long here. Might not even play it at all. We'll see. This Corki 2 would be a good actually carrier of these brand items, but not gonna roll with that quite yet. But we'll be making an Arcanist emblem Corki. All right, I like that one a lot.
That would have been much better than our last Corki, probably. Arcanist Corki sounds really good, especially with the Luden's buff. But it looks like we've got Pandora's in an item for our 2 augments here.
Yep.
Arcanist Corki able to get a couple units down, which is nice in this situation. 2,400 damage. That's pretty good. That's just a tier 1 Corki.
It's tier 2, but no items.
Tier 2.
Yeah. Still a good amount of damage. Disintegrator and Battle Mage. All right, getting some new augment choices in here. I mean, Disintegrator is nice, dealing extra magic damage equal to % health. Not really gonna want to go Battle Mage, I think, because it's kind of awkward to have your AP units starting with the extra AP, because you don't want to like frontline the brand or the Corki or anything like that.
Yeah, that augment was literally made for Ahri.
Yeah, and like only Ahri.
let's not if fans are butts about it. That augment is for Ahri. It's probably pretty good about it. I think the brand 3 could probably live there too, as we are going to be moving some of our items over to the Corki. It's going to be the JG and the Arcanist Spat.
Yep. Has the tier on the Twitch because does not want to reroll that item. There is Pandora's, so all the items on the bench will be rerolled every single turn. Probably wants a blue buff, I would imagine, for the Corki. Has 4 Corkis as well, so you might be seeing another Corki 3 here, Boop.
Yeah, it seems like Corki is not out of the equation for a lot of these players.
What is this blitzkrieg?
It's the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. It is a... Oh, and it's going to get in melee position. Look at this. Look at the damage. 1 punch, 2 punch, 3. Look at that attack speed. Actually, BCD on that blitzkrieg isn't awful. There are worse people to put an IE Last Whisper on.
This is crazy. It's gonna be adrenaline rush. So that's when you see the blitzkrieg attack really fast. It's because that mutant buff. Surely it's not gonna be a blitzkrieg carry forever. It's very funny to see, however. I liked that.
If there is a world where blitzkrieg is a carry, you can almost guarantee there's going to be a hotfix within 12 hours. In that situation, but I would love to see it. Just I used to rock me some Blitzcrank mid lane back in the day.
Blitzcrank mid lane, wow.
AP Blitzcrank. I don't know what my win rate was. Probably closer to 0 than 50. But At the end of the day, I mean, it makes sense, right? You're going to get an auto. You're always going to get the crit on the secondary follow-up. You're going to be in melee range of whatever unit that you use. So, you know, it's not... There's not like it's not being built on nothing.
That's true. It will have a little bit of value now. It might not be the best carrier, but it is a carrier nonetheless.
A little bit more of a Typhoid Mary situation in terms of carrier. She didn't know she had Typhoid, so at the beginning. There's so much I can talk about. I actually am weirdly knowledgeable about Typhoid Mary, but
okay, she
spread the Typhoid. She just kind of held it, and Blitzcrank kind of doing the same thing with those items.
I see. Moving over to Xylandario is going to be up against a Corki with a newly found blue buff. It's doing a lot of damage, but there's just too much Fraulein actually on this board. Actually has a new augment blue battery. It is just the tier 1 version though, but it is going to restore 10 mana after every ability cast, so not needing any blue buffs for these Arcanists. Ari is on the bench as well. She might find her way onto this board pretty soon, maybe? At level 8, at least. Not on the board yet, though, because still farming a little bit of econ with these Yordles.
Very interesting how heavily we've actually leaned into AP on a couple of these lobbies. Taking a look at the rest of this particular lobby, we've got Crispy Burger at 27 HP, and she's having a little bit of a rough time before Wolves. So we saw Dog Guy move up from 8th to 5th from this exact position. At the top, we've got Clave and Xylandario PBE. My mouth just really does not know what to do there.
I know. I feel
unfortunately, I'll do
Xylandario.
Xylandario PBE does lose out, so Clave is going to continue leading the pack. Is Crispy going to lose? Yes, she does. So Crispy is going to enter the Wolves with 19 HP. We might not even make it to the augment.
Yeah, that was even lower than Dog Guy last game. I believe Dog Guy was 24 HP. So going to be on potential 2 lives, even in stage 4. Not where you want to be at, for sure. Let's see kind of what she has running there soon. There's 3 players on a streak, Boop. That's kind of crazy. Clave, Yiggles, and Hua Chen Yu as well. What items that Xylandario gets? Nothing amazing for this kind of composition. Oh, Mercs. That's what we have going on here. That makes so much sense.
Usually when you see someone with this low, it is because they're playing mercs and or assassins, but this one's going to be the mercenary version. We do have Renata on the board. I don't know if this is a round winning comp by any means of the word. This is literally the first Ashe we've seen all day today, so
true.
Is a unit in the game, by the way. I literally totally forgot about that until right now.
Honestly, same.
Yeah, but, Misfortune might be able to do something. We have an okay front line. We need to cash out. This brand is starting to fall off, though. We do have the triple party hat. But is this going to be a round win? Oh, this Misfortune, it's going to be huge once we get there.
Once we get there, might not even need to get there. Actually, Vi and just the tanky front line is going to be enough for Crispy Burger to cash out. 9 loss streak. Let's see what happens here. Sever Renata already on the bench. Selling these mercenaries. Wants to clear some bench space. It's a tome item.
Oh, he got a tap. She got a tap crown. So we have an extra space. That's going to be really nice now. And we have not a lot of time, right? We want to be able to get to the augment round a lot of the time in order to do some of these changes, but that's not going to happen here. It's going to happen on 4-2. Instead, we only have 5 seconds remaining. We've already switched out the mercenaries, so we'll see where that becomes. Ziggles hasn't lost in a bit. 6 game win streak. We saw the striker from turn 1, and now it's turning into a Chemtech comp.
Yeah, it is still with this Trinimir. I actually said earlier, I was a little concerned of how Eagles would get to this end game, have to run the Irelia, but might not even have to at all. It's a Trinimir carry right now. Not with fantastic items, but they're not bad by any means. You'd like a little bit more kind of raw damage out of a Trinimir, whether it be Infinity Edge, Deathblade, Bloodthirster, just some sword items. is going to be buffed up by a Silco. However, Eagles has gotten a level 7 Silco. This is by no means close to the endgame comp that Eagles wants to run, but it is enough for a 7 streak, and I'm very impressed with how Eagles has managed this one already with that early Tryndamere direction.
All right, a lot of AP. So interesting.
So much, actually. Way more than I expected.
Yeah, substantially more. All of that AP and a crit crank, which I believe
crit crank.
It might be my favorite thing I've ever seen in a TFT game ever. The fact that it happened in any sort of professional sphere is amazing to me. But yeah, let's see how Yiggles does against Crispy Burger, who hasn't used that tome just yet. Crispy should be one of the stronger people in the lobby. That cash out was pretty good in terms of itemization, but we haven't used any of the items. And that's going to be a pretty gnarly loss.
Yeah.
We're going to be on 1 life territory. I don't like that, friends. I think we should have slammed some items there, but we were waiting for Carousel. That was a little bit of a risk. We got to literally win every single round from here on out to top 4.
Needed some more time. That's the thing. When you have these big cash out turns, you cannot pivot your whole board, plus put the items on, plus roll down enough to actually hit the units that you want to transition into. There's just so much to do. It's why it's a lot easier to just play from ahead, play for a win streak. The pressure is off. Just everything there. You know, Yiggle's gonna be picking last. Not really great items, but still it's fine. Clutch and Penguin's also down there with single digit HP. Same with Bradini, who's the lobby 1 winner. Clave's jamming out though.
You know what? That's got to be Clave then. It's got to be that version. But we've got a lot of gold here, and we've had some time. We have the Last Whisper now going on to the Kazakhs. Nope, it's going to be the Quicksilver first. Going to finish out the item. Last Whisper IE. I would be shocked if Last Whisper IE ever leaves TFT. It would be super weird if either of those items ever kind of separate from each other, with Giant Slayer kind of being the middle ground there. If you're a Gen, just have all 3. But we're going to do a Quicksilver Sash instead, and we're going to get to see that Kazakhs go 6 mutants now.
Bunch of Penguin. Corky 3 is here, and it's going to be some Twin Shots and some Arcanists as well. Is it going to be enough? Kazakhs jumping all around. Assassin takes out the Corky, and with that takes out Clutch and Penguin. Going to drop out, and not even a guaranteed 8th here. We still have Bradini's round left to go. Although if it takes a very long time, it's probably going to be a close fight.
Winner of last lobby, by the way.
Yep. Starting the day off strong.
Man, those 3 dots.
I know, it's just... Oh,
all right, we win. Okay, so the lobby's flipping, right? Whenever you see this happen, as we go over to our last augment, which will be gold, that means the lobby's gonna get tighter, right?
Yeah.
So it's gonna be up to people like Yiggles to try to not go along with that pattern, because the bottom of the lobby is trying to pull you down. Think of it as, you know, a shark trying to go after the prey up above the water. That's what the lower part of the lobby is doing. They're all gonna kind of work together to try to take the HP away from the top 4. So they don't really want to knock each other out at this point in time, because the longer, you know, the bottom 4 stay, the better it is for all of them, versus the top 4 who want to knock them out as soon as possible.
Definitely. Is that a little legend in the bot left?
I think so.
I'm just not sure which one it is, if it is. Oh, okay. Production. Shout out to Kathy. It's a little, or oh my, I just forgot it. Lucky Lantern Dongo. There we go.
Okay.
When one in one ear, out the other.
Yep. Let's see how we're gonna go. We're gonna not go for the chase mutant. 7 mutant. The thing about Kazakhs that is worrying, right? Not that we have 2 of them, but we're super vulnerable in the air. And the last time we had a unit like this, Talon, we never really got out of that, right? So, and Tristana, actually, when both of them were able to be taken out of the air, what you saw was what you kind of got here, versus some other things. But the Eternal Winter on that board is actually going to be pretty brutal against Clave, just in general.
Definitely. Oh man, that Kaisa 2 in general. I mean, that's what happens. You do cash out and you roll and you hit. Actually have a pretty solid board, unfortunately. You know, still at 1 life remaining for Crispy Burger. A huge drop off between 6th and 5th. 47 HP all the way down to 5. I don't know. I mean, Clave's board though is kind of strong. Not sure this would. I mean, maybe Wilda is good though. They're all gonna jump into the same target. They're assassins, so they're gonna, you know, have a chance to crit. A little extra damage might end up being enough. However, for now, moving over to Dimdan. Some re-rolls, reforges into another sword. Not a good roll there, unfortunately.
I wonder if we're just going to settle for the Shoujins? Or
Kind of
we're
have
going
to, I
build...
think.
I know, we can't put... I mean, we could Deathblade Talon, which might turn into Draven.
Yeah, it could turn into Draven. And there's one Draven on the bench, but it's not Draven 2 yet. It gets sold.
It just kind of seems like our items were kind of just bad this game.
Oh, even Brand gets blitzcrank hooked. Oh, no.
Yeah, because these tank items in the front line, I believe, have been built for the majority of the game outside of the Warmogs. Yep. It doesn't seem like it's going to be working all that much. There's just not no damage for Dimdan Sum right now.
No, there's really not, especially when the blitzcrank hooks your primary carry. Your primary carry only has 1.5 items as well. A good HP lead. Like, props to Dimdan for just, you know, being able to bully the lobby early. The transition to the end game, though, I'm very, very worried about with these items. Really needs a good third item off of this coming up carousel, and then probably has to slam the Shoujins, even though it's not really good. Yeah, there it is.
That was probably the most painful item slam that Dimdan Sum has had all week. You don't like to see that. You want that sword to be so many things. I mean, even a Hextech Gunblade would be better on that brand, in my opinion, to go with a large rod. But
definitely,
we're gonna have to go with the Shoujins instead, and we're getting Eternal Wintered. But oh, the Tryndamere actually gets thrown away into probably the best position possible for Dimdan Sum. But that Kaisa is doing so much damage. Also, look at that attack speed go. There's no way a third ult is ever going to be survivable from that Kaisa, especially with Archangels and the Morellos, because no one's going to be healing up after the second and first ult. The third one's going to be a death sentence.
Dimdan 4 loss streak at this point. I mean, these Leona items are like great, and maybe if it was a VIP Leona, it would buy enough time. But with VIP brand, the scuffed items, I think Dimdan is kind of slated for like a 5th or a 4th this game. I'd be really surprised for really any other positions to end this game off on. Goes up against the triple Kazakhs, however, though.
You got enough bugs. It looks like we called the Orkin Man, though, as we're going to go ahead and take Dimdan Sum up. Like, this is a really good example of what I talked about when I talked about my Merc game earlier, where a lot of people are win streaking for a long time, and then they just fall off the cliff. Yeah. Right? And then they just never win again, and this is exactly what happened to Dimdan Sum, because we were at over 70 HP 4 rounds ago.
And all of a sudden, 38, and still rapidly falling. Verdini went out in 7th. Chrissy Berger win streaking after picking up that Kaisa, the Draven as well. Lendario, 6 HP now. Has reached single-digit territory. Move over to Hua Chen Yu. Innovators, what do you know? Win streaking, bullying the lobby.
Hua Chen Yu. Oh, that sounds like watching you. I wonder if that's a portmanteau, if you will. But Crispy Burger upgrading some units. We have the Warwick there, so that's a Chemtech Challenger. So, and I know we saw some Renata on that board along with the Mutants. So, makes sense that we're putting some Chemtechs there. Probably just the Chemtech 3. We have the Thief's Gloves Tier 2 Renata here on watching you. With actually pretty good Renata items. That's someone who can use that Shoujins quite well because it does stack. However, her base auto attack speed is like it's not even like she's running in a dream. She's running in a dream, and in your dream, you're running in molasses.
Oh yeah, that's, you don't want that to happen. You are probably moving backwards at that point.
Yeah, exactly. Nice binary airdrop item there for the Oriana. So funny, and Shoujins works for a lot of those kind of 3 and 4 cost mages. It's just not something you want to see for that brand.
Yep. Lendario, wow, barely hangs on in Leona versus Vex, but still maybe going to be able to make it to the top 4 there. Debonair, Draven, but not really the direction that watching.
If this was Dimdan Sum, that's a quick change.
Oh yeah.
Probably.
Most likely. There is the IE Jewel Gauntlet pairing on Dimdan's brand now. But still, again, Shoujin a lot worse than blue buff. A lot of scouting watching you. And that's nice, you know, making sure to understand which side they want the Renata and the Orianna to be, especially with there being assassins in the lobby. You can never be too safe, and you can never scout too much.
4 items from binary. Oh man, that Seraphine just ripped through that team. Oh, the Seraphine Renata combo is pretty nice. With those two ult stacking on top of each other, it actually enables Seraphine to get some kills. It might not be Renata getting the kills, but it's going to be the Seraphine maybe using 1 less ult to get the same kills as we got a triple dragon.
Ooh, wow, these items. Okay.
All on Blitzcrank.
Oh no, maybe not if you want to win the lobby, but certainly if you want to make an impression.
Talk about asserting your dominance. Right, but what about this scholar here in the back, Silco? How are you feeling about him as a unit?
I actually don't know how I feel about him yet. I think he's nice with his, you know, just as kind of passive there, being able to make 2 units cast instantaneously. I think he kind of fits that kind of supportive thematic, like Silco Overwatch, kind of, or like watching over the rest of the board, buffing them up, doing his kind of duties from afar. Thematic. Great ability, okay. Mastermind trait, I think, is good. He's all right.
Okay.
What do you think,
I actually haven't really done a ton of experimenting with them. I'm kind of afraid of them, to be honest with you. And I just don't want to mess it up. And so that's until I feel a little bit more confident in myself, I'll probably be using him here soon. Love me some Manazane, not on Jhin. I'll never forget that from last week. But yeah, we've got a ton of ults now coming in from that Silco. That's about 4 that we've seen so far. Now, Kaisa also helping out, and Dim and Dan some. Talk about a nosedive from 1st to 5th.
Oof. That's what happens when you don't get great items. You're just hanging on, playing reroll composition that just falls off. Like we were describing earlier.
We've got Yiggles and Crispy Burger in the top 4, along with Clave and Hua Chen Yu. And what's awesome is we've actually gotten to see all of these players play so far. Crispy, again, was running Mercs. Yiggles has been running Strikers literally this entire time. Not necessarily Strikers, but there's Tryndamere since, I think,
at least 2 Strikers. Super, super early. I'm actually kind of surprised that the composition has ended up like this, being a level 9 board. This Kaisa is going to be decent at this point with a Rage Blade, but I think units like Warwick having 3 items and even the Tryndamere only being tier 2 is going to kind of fall off here soon. Will be enough to beat Crispy Burger. It looks like yes.
Oh,
it will be. Crispy Burger falls in probably 4th there.
All right, Kaisa's back on the back in business in the packs, so we might be able to get it on this board. We are level 9, so... Oh, 7 mutant. That's new.
Wow, yeah. The mutant's kind of crazy.
Talk about a chase trait, right? I mean, the additional stats you get for 7 versus 5 are pretty ridiculous. Just like with Innovators, it's another one of those synergies that requires a augment or a spatula to create. So... you gotta do what you gotta do. It's gotta be strong on that chase trait at that point in time.
Yeah. That Warwick positioning was actually fantastic. Not only did it Zephyr the Kaisa, but also when the Kha'Zix jumped into the Warwick, he tanked for a little bit. It's still not enough, though.
It's winnable.
Kaisa is running amok, and yeah, look at that board from watching you. Innovators, still very good. Units like Seraphine, Orianna, even Renata fits very well into that board. Not much that can be done against it. Maybe a declaw. Clave is considering it. Yeah, I mean, gonna grab it.
Might as well at this point, at least at some attack speed. What's really funny is we have a makeshift armor player in the final with a triple dragon, which means that basically makeshift armor is useless for Yiggles at this point. We're moving on over to Clave, and this is our 7 mutant board. We do have the mutant spat. We have a lot of 5-cost possible units, but none that we actually need. We're still waiting for the Silco ourselves right now. But the Dragon's Claw just going to go onto the Rex, and we'll see if she's going to be able to get any extra value out of her ultimate because of that.
Wanting to dodge the shrouds and have Kha'Zix jump to the correct side. Two best things that can happen there. Kha'Zix is going to be jumping actually into that important clip of units. The Orianna, the Seraphine, actually takes out the Orianna before she can cast, it looked like there, but Kha'Zix goes down soon after.
All right, all eyes on Kai'Sa now for Clave. That second ult was big. Oh, she walks in between the... Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
Walks in between the first Victor ult. Doesn't even get sighted by the second one. And we still win out. 24 HP, and we're on fire. Yiggles does fall, so Yiggles and Chrissy Berger going in 3rd and 4th place, respectively. We've got our top 2, Khroen.
Top 2, Yiggles falls in 3rd, but still getting better throughout the day. Started with a 4th, went to a 3rd. Chrissy Berger as well with another top 4. But now the top 2, as you mentioned, Clave versus Hua Chen Yu. 7 mutant versus innovators. Kha'Zix's positioning is important, but Kha'Zix is still very fragile, right? He went out very early in the last fight. Kai'Sa had to do all the rest, and it was still a super close fight.
Okay, we've got a lot of backliners here. This is the binary airdrop squad on the other side, so there's going to be a lot of extra value. Kai'Sa is finally going to get lasered down, and that's the thing about this comp. If the Victor hits, you know, you're going to lose by a lot. So Hua Chen Yu now needs to make sure that this positioning is on point from here on out, because, again, we get rid of the Kai'Sa, we get rid of Clave.
Rid of the Kai'Sa. Name of the game. Shroud, a nice tool to stop her casting. At least for a little bit as well. IE being the item from the Rift Herald. No one dying to Rift Herald. That's pretty nice. 50 gold for Hua Chen Yu. What are they going to roll in find here? I mean, there's nothing really left.
Other units.
Nothing left to upgrade. Perhaps finding a Jace too. Deny units from Clave.
Might as well at this point. Hey, Ezreal 2. We get to reset some items because of it. Oh, that's going to be nice to move the Trap Claw around. Oh, we got both Jaces.
There we go.
Yeah. And now the Trap Claw going to be going on to the Victor. And then we've also got the Spat Scrap for the Ezreal. And it turns into a Challenger.
Ooh, all right. Challenger Ezreal. Not really going to be the hugest of deals. But maybe this Jace will be, being this front line. Still isn't his ranged form, however. It's enough to take down the Kai'Sa and to take out Clave. Innovators winning the lobby with Hua Chen Yu taking the dub.
Watching you, like you said, watching us watch him take the dub there. And again, Devonaire's having a little bit of a hard time. Was hoping to see a little bit more success there. But I think the story of our first 2 lobbies is AP. We got some Masterminds there. We got some Silcos. We got some Renata Glask in a lot of our final lobbies. And in that top 4, we had a Merc player. We had a couple other things going on, Khroen. So pretty good lobby overall.
Boop, hold on. Boop, can you just move to the side real quick? I just want to I see. Okay, it's that picture. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyways, score's ready. We can see what happened. I wonder if it was a meme picture or a real picture. It's a real one.
Khroen, I wouldn't do that to you.
I mean, just like there's something exists out there, so I feel like it could be. Anyways, scores. Hua Chen Yu, Lobby B, of course, took first. Clave second. Eagles third. Chrissy Berger fourth. But in Lobby A, okay, a lot of interesting things happened, actually. Red Sea first. Rayo second. Lear third. Yunyuki fourth.
Yeah, Rayo should actually be feeling pretty good about where they're at right now. Lear got 8th place last lobby, now in that 3rd place spot. But remember, it's not necessarily getting top 4 on each lobby. It's getting top 8 total score. Yep. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. And we've got a 3-way tie for 1st place. Wow. But in terms of the line, everyone's still able to potentially make it into the final lobby.
Yeah, and this 3-way tie, I believe all those players are in Lobby A. So Lobby A is just a bunch of 3 players really excelling, and Lobby B, it's a lot closer, right? A lot more even scores, even just over the 2 games that we have. It's going to be super hard for us and these players to catch up. There's only one more game before we just advance to our top 8, but players like I think maybe Lear and Up have a solid chance to. Kind of the fate is in their own hands.
You either need to finish 2 spots ahead or get a 4th over a 5th, for example, as we have probably the closest fight night that we've had so far today.
Yeah, definitely, especially with this new format. But oh, we have to choose the lobby, Boop. We gotta choose lobby A or B. Which one are
It,
you feeling?
it's got to be lobby A with the triple three-way tie. It's got to be,
Yeah,
right?
all right. Lobby A. Yunyuki started the day off with a first, got a fourth in that last game. Red Sea doing the opposite, going from fourth to a first, and Rayo just being consistent, seconds back to back. And there's even players that we've seen in that lobby before that I think are having a little bit of a disappointing performance. But it is, PBE. It is a new set. It is a small sample size of games, so you can't be too hard. But definitely, like Admiral Zhao, expected a bit more out of as well. I think Lear had a nice comeback in that last game, going from an eighth to a third. But still, a lot more to go.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, anything can happen, and literally every single person can still make that final lobby where our points are doubled. But
Yeah.
we are going to be eliminating half of our players before we get there. Like we said, we have a 3-way tie in the lobby that we're about to see, and so there's going to be a lot of potential movement here, because the way that this goes, right, say one of our 16 pointers gets an eighth, ends the day with 17, right, things might be a little bit hairier than we want at that point in time.
Definitely a little spooky. And as you mentioned as well, right, we're going to keep scores moving into the end part of the day. Even though scores are doubled, right, you want to start off, you want to start out that kind of stage from ahead. We've seen, Asa and Yeagles do it and really make that little point differential that you start off the 3 games with really matter when securing the win. And, it's money on the line from this tournament as well, and invites for next week to where you can earn more money. So everything really matters. Got to treat each game super, super seriously. And it's, more room to, I guess, fail, right? In this new format, there's a lot more players, a lot more competition, a lot of players learning and kind of, I think, growing, accelerating at just faster pace.
100%. And there are some people who are just really good at picking up these things really quickly, right? That's that's not true. I can pick up things really quickly, but there's certain things in life where I look at and I just need some time.
Yeah.
Right? I need to look at other people play it. I need to see examples of things that don't work, right? And I think some of us might be in that situation right now when it comes to our players, because it is such a new experience. Yes, it's just a half set, but there is a lot of changes. I mean, a ton of augments changed. There are augments that affect the front 2 rows, the back 2 rows. There's blue battery now that helps with mana. There's 2 different augments that permanently increase your stats now. And so, there's a lot more choices and a lot more opportunity, and there's a lot of pruning that we need to do in order to really find the beauty underneath.
I think that is a really good way to describe it. There's so much that we have to kind of to dig through and find. There's so many new augments, and I think we've said our praises about augments a lot in general, but having totally new ones to go into 6.5, just there's so many more combinations of what you can really do. How far can you push these boundaries as we do it on into game 3 here, Boop? I do want to kind of continue this conversation for just a little bit, but think of how long it took in set 6 to discover what augments you would use in certain situations. I would even go as far as to say there's some niche situations that players have literally never experimented with, and that's why the mid set I think was so all over the place in terms of the meta trends, the comp trends, what you do from certain scenarios. You can never really solve it when there's this many variables, and now in 6.5 there's just so many more variables, right? And it's gonna be the same exact thing all over again.
Because in order to find out what doesn't work, you still have to try it.
Exactly.
Right?
Or see it being tried, one of the two.
Behind every success is a failure, so not a lot of us talk about that, and it happens with these TFT comps too. You're gonna have to play a bunch of bad versions of it. I mean, I think a good example is a champ that was literally just released on the Rift, Zeri. A lot of people thought she was bad when she was first released, right? And then literally the next day, everyone kind of like figured out how to do it, and it was like, wait a second.
Yep.
Right, like, and so she was always good on the convergence, but on the Rift, people were like, what do we do here? And everyone remembered, and she's nerfed.
Yep.
And so things like that might happen here where things are a little bit reactionary, but They don't really. They actually seem to be in a moderately good place right now. We've actually seen Ari do all right so far. You know, like Ari getting top 4, so it is a tier, 4-cost carry. But
Yeah.
you know, we've gotten a good amount of AP even without Lux in the game.
Definitely had some brand rerolls, had some Corky, which, AP carry as well.
Yeah,
Just
2
innovators.
brand and 2 Corky reroll comps.
Yeah, that's I don't want to say it's the most surprising thing, but I'm just like, huh, okay, like not quite expected in that regard. I thought maybe we'd see 1 or 2 over the course of 5 games, but we've already had multiple in just the first 2 games. Curious to see if we do see more here in game number 3. Start off with Rayo here, one of our I probably would say the most consistent player, back-to-back seconds, tied points with a couple other players who've kind of swapped firsts and fourths, but has a solid opener here. 3 Hextech, 2 Assassins, no upgrade units, but still not bad. Oh, swapping it out for 2 Bruiser, in fact, even as well.
Rayo, I believe, has been playing Assassins, at least last lobby, was playing Assassins, or the first lobby. I know Rayo's played Assassins so far today, and so we're going to put some items on the Talon. I put an Edge of Night on my Tom Kench earlier because I forgot that GA doesn't exist. And I'm saying it because you're all still allowed, right? Until it's off of PBE, we can all still accidentally build Edge of Night on some of our tankier units, right?
Yep. It happens. It's just so many new things, Boop. You can't keep track of everything at the start. But Rayo, of course, going to keep track of what assassins are in the shop and when you can go assassin directions. And that's really interesting, I think, actually, to see if assassins can have their dominance, because that really shapes a meta when assassins are good. We saw that in set 6 with things like Talon reroll, Katarina reroll, Shaco reroll as well, even going 7 Syndicate at Kali, things like that. All of those assassin metas really shaped what everyone else was kind of allowed to run and get away with.
Yeah, Shaco kind of had a little bit of a moment there at the end of that set, even after that nerf. A lot of Shaco 3s in almost every lobby. There was at least one, and that's usually how it works. There's usually one person who runs assassins and everyone has to react, and depending on how strong assassins are, sometimes you can't do anything. Sometimes there's a point in some previous Nocturne metas that you would build the Thorn Mail, you could build Gargoyle Stoneplate and still get shredded up. That's not the case right now, but it could be, as I think we're committing to this, especially with the Edge of Night on the Talon.
Yeah, it just might be. I mean, it has the augment for it, right? So probably with that in mind is going to commit to it, especially with that in mind. Nation, a lot of units on the bench, a couple pairs, not making econ, not having any synergies on board, getting, what, 4-0'd each fight? Not a great start here.
Not a great start, but could turn into something else potentially. Not over just yet. This is a very weak start, though.
Yeah,
this is one of the weakest starts you can ask for, as this little legend seems to be moderately popular as a heuristic observation.
What is it called? Do you know?
No idea.
Me
no
neither.
idea. But it's got the placeholder art, which I actually hope becomes a little legend one day, because that robot is actually really cute.
That is true. Reminds me of like some popular TT RPG show character.
Yeah, gotta love it. But
letters.
Yeah, Zig's actually gonna get a moderately good ult off on the backline here. Gonna help get our Darius to get a unit down. Corky unable to do the same, so this is gonna be a 3-unit loss for Nation.
There we go. Gets the bonk. 6 damage coming through. It's gonna be. I mean, it's at least assassins in the early game from Lear. With the Twitch and the Nocturne, those are not assassins that I think you really are going to want to keep and reroll, anything like that. And assassins aren't the best when it goes to synergizing with makeshift armor either, so definitely just an early game option. If you get a win streak one way or another, you preserve HP one way or another, it is still going to be pretty strong. Nation, though, definitely not strong, as we mentioned. Is going to have the blue buff with the Jewel Gauntlet now. Putting those on Corky is definitely going to snipe away a couple of units, especially with this augment being Disintegrator. So things kind of looking up, I would say, for Nation here.
Yeah, and we have the ability to go any AP direction with this itemization. Anytime you have blue buff Jeweled Gauntlet, you can put that on any mage, especially at this point in the game. Any mage will be fine as a temporary carry as we move into our 4-cost unit, potentially an Ari, or we could stick with the Corki, as a couple of our other friends have done so far. As we have 3 Ordles on the board for Admiral Zhao, not to be confused with for some reason I was like, do we have another admiral? I was thinking that's admirable.
Yeah, that's admirable. That's the only...
Yeah, but we have the scraps here, so this Ezreal actually going to be pumping out some damage, going to be throwing some actual arcane possible missiles instead of just some regular auto attacks, and it's going to be an Edge of Night.
Edge of Night for the scrap, not bad. Went up against more Yordles from Vredzi on the other side. Ezreal attacking so slow though. I'm not sure he's gonna be able to get enough damage in time. Win streak may come to an end. Oh, Vex barely gets the shield off actually. That might end up being the difference.
Oh, it's gonna be close.
It's gonna be really close.
Oh, but Malzahar's gonna. Oh my goodness, Ziggs.
It could happen. Oh, Ezreal missing that one. One more. No.
So basically, what's so crazy about overtime is if they alternated who attacked last, that round ends differently.
Yep.
Right? When it comes to overtime, sometimes it is a single auto attack. And we got to see it there. And we're finally getting to see some Ashes get picked up. A lot of people like playing Ashe from previous versions of TFT. This is not those versions of Ashe.
No.
This one's going to be a little bit different. The ult is the W is going to be the volley. We're going to actually take her out. And all it does is reduce attack speed.
I think I have seen Mortdog win a PvE lobby with Ashe 3 though, so I'm not gonna say there's no chance that Ashe is a good unit, but definitely not expecting to see it, right? But there might be a potential somewhere. I don't know.
I wasn't expecting to see an IE Last Whisper Blitzcrank, and we did see that.
Okay, that's true.
We did.
Anything
we
could
did
happen.
see
After
that
that, literally anything could happen.
Yeah, it's PvE. It's the Wild Wild West. Jim West, Desperado.
Yep.
Rough. Will Smith nominated for an Oscar. Who thought that would happen? The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, nominated for an Oscar. So is Kirsten Dunst from the first Spider-Man. Full circle, right?
Okay.
New Spider-Man. Anyway, and Yuki now, our innovator player, not playing innovators this time. Right now, we've got syndicates.
Not yet, at least. Let's see. Running syndicates, running Misfortune. Has an Ashe as well there. Ooh, let's see. Oh, actually has the Luden's Augment as well. Not really going to be huge value with the board here. These units don't have the lowest mana pools. There's no blue buff, things like that. No tiers even. But still going to be a little bit of value, enough to have Yuki on a bit of a 4 streak. Hoping to carry it forward into stage 3. Will they level up to 6 at 3-1? I think it is likely if they find a unit that's okay to put in. Ooh, Gauntlet being the slam here. Okay, going AP direction again because that Luden's so much AP. I wasn't expecting this much again.
We're probably going to be saying that for the rest of the day, to be honest with you.
I think so.
This Luden's ult, really good early game for Darius too. So not only you're going to get the Sunfire Cape procs, that first ult's going to help with the Luden's as well. Just get a little bit of damage spread. It's going to be really nice for a couple of these units, but is it going to keep our win streak going? It might be for this particular comp as we take a visit with this Ezra. Ooh, Giantslayer might be a better choice than our last one, which I think was the Edge of Night.
Was indeed. It was almost enough, but not quite. The Zyra is going to stun the Ezra on the back line as Yuki levels to 6, like I mentioned, to protect the win streak and gets rewarded for it. Not the end of the world for Admiral Zhao because they do have calculated loss. They're going to be able to get a gold and it's a free reroll.
That's a hard augment.
Swain. Wow. It is. I mean, it gets a lot of value in the early game, but you're not guaranteed to lose. You got to kind of balance how weak of a board that you want to see with, still getting value and rerolling for a good composition at that point with all your calculated loss rerolls. It is rough, I agree.
Not all calculated losses are created equal either, right? Because, someone with calculated loss might be losing by 1 to 2 units. Another person might be losing by 4 or 5, right? That's a huge difference in terms of final placement. So they might be getting the same amount of money, but in terms of HP economy, there could be a totally different amount there, as it's going to be the Nocturne with the only defensive itemization so far, with a singular belt. But that's a Twitch 3 already.
Twitch 3? I mentioned I wasn't sure there was going to be a Twitch reroll. This is a comp that is kind of familiar on live set 6. But Lear is bringing it here to 6.5 to Neon Knights. And yeah, it's going well for now. Twitch almost 5k damage that fight. Has 2 very, very good items. There is not any items or augments to heal the Twitch up though. There is Chemtech, I suppose, which is a little bit of that. But still need to be a bit careful of where that Twitch is jumping into. Hey, Celestial Blessing's a bit of healing. Disintegrator though, I wonder. No, it is Celestial.
Okay, Celestial. We have the. Sorry, I used to say that all the time when it was. Do you remember when Celestial was Synergy?
Yeah,
that's the only way I said it. Anyway, yeah, this Twitch is gonna be spraying and praying, as the old Ultimate used to be called. When it comes to that rune-ins and the IE, the best thing about that particular itemization is that if this, for some reason, if this Twitch does start to fall off before you want it to, or if the rest of the lobby becomes super, super strong, you can put that on another auto attack base carry.
True. Oh, I actually have a tiny Titan. That's why Dog Guy is at 117 HP. As your little legend there. I think gains 35 health. Yeah, has a 135 max health pool. So Dog Guy is going to still be losing, not have I mean not losing that much, but at least not have guaranteed a carousel priority for sure. But you know, we'll have more HP.
And you know what? And HP is the most important economy in the early game, right? And so with 30, you know, or so extra, or we have 17 right now, extra HP, we just have more time, right? We can lose a couple more times. We're win streaking right now, so we're going to be considering it for the late game, which 17 HP is an entire round at, you know, round 4 and 5. So we're still getting that value out of it.
Definitely getting a lot of value. Getting it for the whole entirety of the game. Lear, what do they do now that they've hit the Twitch 3? They're not really close to Singe 3, not close to any of the other units. Might just push levels, try to fleet itemize this this Twitch, and use it to scale into a kind of late game board, right? We might be going some more Hemtechs a bit later on, more assassins as well, just allow this Twitch to deal as much damage as possible. That's the direction. Move on to Dog Guy though. Who is our tiny Titan?
It is Swain carry, folks. IEJG with the Shojins. We haven't seen any Hextech comps today, by the way. Like no actual Hextech compositions. I think we've seen some splashes since you only need the 2, but we don't even have it here as we have a carry Swain on the board. We're moving over towards the Arcanist, though. Shojins is kind of telling me Ari is on the menu. We'll see, though.
Potentially. Ooh, the Twitch gonna jump right into that Swain. Might actually be okay if Swain turns around, but no, he doesn't. Just walks into the front line. Alright. Swain goes down, and Twitch can probably clean this one up in just a couple of moments. Nocturne having umbrellas is a little weird, but it works out.
Hey, it works though. It works with the ultimate, and it's kind of like the like Marshall's version of Malzahar's ultimate. That's a lot of money.
Ooh, cash out.
Yeah, big cash out here from
Ooh, Tactician's Crown. Another time we're seeing it after a cash out. Wow.
Yeah, we still have another orb to open. Of course. Okay.
There we go. It's a lot of gold.
A lot of gold. All right, so we actually go all the way up to 50. We could level technically really soon in stage 4, but we're going to actually be pretty aggressive here and get a tier 2 Renata Glask. Frontlining it too. Still running 5 mercs. I really like frontline Renata actually, with the way her ability works. It'll apply to all the enemy units that are in the back line. Having her tank actually allows her to ult faster when she takes damage, of course. Fun Gaming is also running 5 mercs, right? It's not even 3 mercs. Is this gonna be around to win? The Caitlyn 1.
Caitlyn Snipes doing it again, Boop. Taking out these tier 3
Caitlyn
units.
the MVP. Oh, I'll never forget the day I saw Caitlyn take out a Gen 3 today. That'll remain in my head forever.
Oh,
and
man.
the thing about these 5-merc cash outs is even when you win, right, you're getting something out of it, right?
You can for winning.
Yeah, you can high roll a thief's gloves, I believe. So there's a lot of potential to keep getting ahead. You want the Tom Kench though. Tom Kench is just kind of adding on to it. You probably drop down to the 3 there, but we got the Merc emblem for our Jace. So, you know, if we see the TK, we technically can do Mercenary 7.
Could see it.
Which has never been done on Fight Night before.
Level 8 on 4-1 already. I thought Foam Game was going to greed out until at least 4-2. Because not having a lot of gold to roll with feels a bit awkward. It's going to be able to put Bruiser in. Not too many board upgrades here, though.
We're sticking with the Mercs, Khroen. Like, we're doing this.
Mercs all the way through. Let's do it.
Yeah, and we can have a Thief's Gloves for someone as well. Interesting. Why wouldn't you put that on the Renata?
Maybe wanting to save some items availability on the Renata in case once Foam Gang is done with the Mercs and this Misfortune is sold, could choose, okay, do I have another carry for this Morello's and Jewel Gauntlet, or do I want to put that on the Renata because she is a good applier of Morello's. Her ult goes through several targets, maybe even arguably a bit better than the Misfortune.
The gourmet version. It's like if Malzahar and Misfortune had a baby, it would be Renata's ultimate.
Maybe, yeah, I guess so. I didn't think about that.
Right?
It's like, wait.
Sometimes you gotta go on the journey with me, but I usually have a point.
You do.
There
You do.
end. I usually get there.
Usually.
As we get a tier 2 Camille, which is harder to get than a tier 2 3-cost unit at this point, but we get to put them in. The Sivers coming through as well. We have a pair of Dravens. We have some good power, but what direction are we going towards? Irelia is someone that I think a lot of people want to see, but a scrap carry is going to be, I think, hard to utilize. But we might see it here. Nope.
Oh, wait a minute.
Was that a mistake?
Oh no, Admiral Zhao sold a pair of Jins because they meant to sell the Aurelias. Yikes.
I was curious. It doesn't matter right now, but man, that could have been a very, very big mistake if it was later in the game.
I mean, it's still a big mistake right now.
Yeah, that's 8 gold at least we get back.
Yeah, make an economy here. Smile.
Yeah. Oh man, you know what though? Props to Admiral. I would be close to tears at that point. I'm a very reactive person. I know, surprising, but I know, right? But you know, you make a mistake, you gotta get past it, right? Mistake recovery is just as important as not making that.
Oh, totally.
Right? A musician's not going to play a perfect concert. That's probably never going to happen. You're going to make a mistake, but if you make a mistake, you live in the mistake. You're just going to make more of them. So you just got to get past it, regardless of how kind of ridiculous the mistake is, right? You might lose to Shelly. You might sell. You might accidentally take out your mercs on an 11 loss streak. You might not be able to count to 9. You might, you know, like these things happen, but letting them take over is exactly how you lose.
Admiral Zhao takes a big loss, though, regardless of, you know, head in the game. The board's just not strong enough to deal with other boards in this lobby. Foam Gang up to a 5-win streak. Admiral Zhao so running 5 Innovators, which is a really nice board to top 5 with, or excuse me, top 4 with. But, you just need these upgrades. Seraphine, Jin, need to happen. Need some power on this board.
We definitely do. I mean, we have 2 people at 36 HP, and one of them is substantially stronger. In this board would normally be doing okay now, but we actually have a pretty strong lobby, I think for the first time that we've seen so far, where it's a little top-heavy. We did see, like, Crispy Burger cash out with 5 HP, make it to the top 4, and we did get the lobby to even out a little bit. We might be in the process of that, but for right now, the top part of the lobby has actually been doing quite well, as we do finally get some pairs here for Yuki.
Yep.
The Leona is going to be really nice. We still need one more Syndicate.
Looking for an Ari, I would imagine.
Oh, there it is. Two of them.
Hey, two of them, and there we go. 5 Syndicate. Nice items for the Ari. Could even put Morgana in, potentially. Yep, does go in. 6 Syndicate. Hey, whatever. It's fine.
I think, and this is, I'm going off the deep end on the theory crafting here, Khroen. I think 2 Aries might be the way to go.
2 Aries.
Put them on each corner. Remember, like,
yeah,
old Syndra?
I was gonna
Same
say,
kind of idea.
Yeah, there have been times where actually running like 2 upgraded, tier 2 units, both fully itemized, is actually a bit better than making a 3-star one.
Yeah.
It's kind of that same vibe there. Not having that many items to do that, however, as prismatic.
We're going to prison. All right, we got the Scholar Soul, which is always really nice. For this comp, it might be Scholar Soul, since it would be 4.
Yeah.
Yep, and that's where it is. That's going to help the... And 8 gold. I forgot about that. And then the Ari now is going to be the machine gun Ari, the artillery Ari that, the fantasy, I think, is supposed to be.
Ooh, this is a nice find. Morgana 2 and Silco as well. Silco can go in over the Ash. Get that Syndicate out of there. Not really worried about going 2-7. And all of a sudden, we're just 1 Scholar away from running 6 Scholar. That would be super nice with this board.
I mean, that just screams Ari. And we've got the Silco to mastermind the Ari ult to help with the Renata, too. And Renata's good at, remember what I was saying earlier, the buttering up, right? Really good at getting some of the backline low. So when Ari does ult, it's enough to take him down.
Yep.
Good roll down. I liked this.
Yeah. Didn't land on as much as they would have liked to, because of just unfortunate rolls, right? Really wanted to hit at least the RE2, would have liked to hit a 6 Scholar. Not going to come into fruition quite yet, though. How much damage can RE do? That's going to be up against a tier 2 Sivir with 3 really good items. Rayo finding a good board yet again. Ari, if she gets another cast off, is it going to do enough? No. Not nearly enough.
This is what I expected to see from Ari.
Yeah.
What we saw from that Sivir was exactly what I expected, but so far, talk about overachieving. That unit has overachieved so far today. Maybe it's just been the type of lobbies we've been into. This is our first true Hextech comp as well, and we have the cybernetic augment for the prismatic, which is going to be enormous. Get it? Because we have the Morellos on the Alistar. We've got the itemization on the Tahm Kench. So what we might have a little bit of a thin front line outside of that, and now all of a sudden we've got a really big one.
Really big synergy here with the 6 Hextech. Usually running Sivir, you kind of put a little bit more of your priority into the strikers, but I mean, Hextech is nice though, because it is going to be a bit of debt defense, right? It's going to be gaining a shield. And you already have more HP and stuff from the cybernetic, so this board actually has a lot of tankiness, while Sivir just deals all the damage.
That's how you can run with. Look, the Thief's Glove's built an Edge of Night on the Tahm Kench. I'm not alone.
There we go.
I didn't see any feeding going on. We're not quite at the buffet just yet. We might be waiting for something. Not quite sure what that would be. Maybe we're just going to move the Tahm Kench out at some point. It's enabling the Bruiser buff right now.
Bruiser, a little bit nice. Again, just goes towards that board tankiness overall. It's just how much time can be bought for the Sivir and how much damage can she do. Her items aren't, I don't want to say aren't perfect, but they are still really good. Giant Slayer, I think, is going to be really nice at taking out some of these tankier compositions. Wow, Alistar getting to the back line. Big knock up. And so much Hextech damage, actually. It's like almost half of Sivir's damage just came through from Hextech.
And the Hextech bonus is understated. I think I would like that visual to be a little bit more obvious, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's not very...
It's nice in the early game when there's not a lot on the board, but when there's stuff on the board, it can be a little hard to see. Twitch is going to stay around all day. Actually, we're probably in the top 4 with it, which is interesting. I think that Twitch was here like around 3-something. 3-1, 3-2. But we already have an elimination, actually, as well as a Zhu Nation falls out.
Falls out 5-2, a little early still. Foam Gang at 20. The rest of the lobby at the top 4 is all kind of near each other. I guess Lear being the only exception to that, the only outlier. Rayo, how much can the Sivir do? Can it still go up against this Ari? Again, Shojin, Aegil Gauntlet, a lot of damage. but not enough. I mean, there's just a lot of inherent tankiness on this board, and Sivir's surviving. Is she going to bounce enough damage throughout all these boards? It looks like it. And yeah, there's no way the Vex gets through this. Sivir wins yet another round. 4-win streak for Rayo.
It is pretty crazy to me that that unit has been nerfed 3 times and it hasn't even been released yet. So Sivir still very, very good. And we saw it there. You don't necessarily need attack speed on the Sivir. I think a lot of people assume that a backline attacking unit needs attack speed. The Sivir gets it on their own. So that's why you're kind of seeing the Quicksilver, which is good enough in terms of flat attack speed for someone like Sivir.
Hey, here we go. Finally, who I was talking about earlier came to fruition. The MF was sold, and the Jewel Gauntlet Morellos did go on to the Renata Glass. The 5 Mercs is still here, however. I didn't quite expect that to be the case, especially with Foam Gang losing the last round on single-digit HP. A big ult from Renata, but is it enough? The Jinx? Oh, it's so close.
Oh,
no!
Ari! Oh, no! That would have been a 2-loss cash out with 5 too, so we probably would have been... Oh, man. We were 1 auto attack away from actually cashing out again. Ari stealing another round. That feels like old school Ari, right? Where you won by 10 HP or you lost by 5 units.
Man, it didn't need to run the 5 Mercs that late into the game for Foam Gang, but chose to. That's like being stuck in Merc jail and they're like, all right, your time's up. They open the bars and you're like, all right, you're free to go. And you're just like, nah, I'm chilling here, actually. I'm just going to keep myself in Merc jail. And you know, it doesn't really work out. You know,
I made friends here.
Yeah.
I don't want to go to a different
school. Made friends
school.
with your units. That's why you shouldn't, you shouldn't form, you know, emotional bonds with your units. You got to get rid of them at some point. You can't stick yourself in Merc jail when the doors are open.
Mm-hmm. It's funny. I say that all the time. That's probably the piece of advice I give beginner players the most is don't develop relationships with your units. And Khroen, you know, that's probably one of my biggest problems when it comes to this game. Because I think of the fantasy, you know, and I think when it comes to Mercs, especially if you had cashed out 2 rounds earlier, you're like, can I get another one? Right? Like you win a hand of something and you're like, you know what, I'm just going to bet double. You win that. What are you going to do next? Right? That's the hard part. And that's where we were there for our friend there. But Unyuki, I thought had a pretty good comp there. 7th place.
Yeah, 7th. I mean, kind of crazy. I mean, they've had a good start to the day. 7th still might be enough to advance, but not guaranteed by any means. I don't think, at least. This Twitch over from Lear still hanging on, still doing a lot of really good damage.
It's not even a part of this comp, technically.
Yeah, it's like it's a part of the 3 Chemtech 2 Assassin, but not part of the largest synergy, which is Innovators.
Exactly. So we're enabling smaller units. We're not getting, you know, the Innovators helping us in terms of a front line, but the Twitch is helping us in terms of access and damage. And even with the Thornmail, that Twitch was doing just fine. And I thought Twitch was a really good carry throughout a lot of the last set that people just kind of ignored. In the early game, you know, one cost tier 3 carries used to be how you played a lot of these units. Garen, I think, is the best example of that from Chosen's, where you would build a tier 3 carry and then sell it, find a different Chosen, right? So kind of same vibe.
But there, Assassin's getting to the back line, doing a lot of great work here in this fight. But there's the Kha'Zix. There's Assassin via Assassin. Which one can find the opposing carry first? Wow, the Twitch even goes down without this Assassin Kha'Zix having to get there. They're definitely going to lose this round. Bear left. Can't do it.
All right, we only lose by 1 unit, though. That's fine.
Not bad.
We're okay with that. Unfortunately, we don't streak into our PvE round. We weren't going to get that much out of it anyway, as it's a Shroud, which we're happy about. And Admiral Zhao, who accidentally sold a Jin earlier, is going to get a 5th place.
And that could have been the difference.
Could have been.
Could have been. We'll never know. That's the way TFT works, though. Lear has a lot of gold. Is saving up. That's, I think, why Lear is comfortable with losing a couple rounds stage 5 and not full win streaking. Or lose streaking, I suppose, either. Because just on a gold, right? They can go 9. They can maybe even finding a carry like Jace 2 and selling the Twitch, I think would be very justified. The social attacks makes it a little bit awkward. Because you want to run a Seraphine as Innovators, but you're not going to be able to have like a backline Jace carry. At least if you want him to benefit from the social attacks. However, Senna goes in, and Senna is a socialite. 2 socialite bonus.
Socialite Enchanter. Very interesting combination of synergies.
Yeah.
It, like, locks her out of things because she is the new Tarek.
Yep.
And Tarek is, was a battery, where Senna is a little bit more of like a mixed utility type of unit. Can actually push down some damage, but also helps shield some units. This Renata with the, I think the Renata with the Jeweled Gauntlet has already fallen. So we've got the Twitch in the backline already. Doesn't matter how many more logs you have, and the only armor you've got is from your Titans. But this comp is most assuredly going to compete for the top 2. Will the other, boards on the Convergence right now be able to take them down? The fear for the Nocturne, Tier 1 Nocturne, working out.
Fear, I thought it was gonna be a BT diff. Nah, it's a Nocturne diff. It's a fear diff. Crazy. Shiv is on him because of the cybernetic implants, wanting to buff up all these units, which Rayo is getting a ton of value out of, by the way. Okay, tried to feed the Tom Kench, but didn't. There we go. Gotta let him open his mouth wide before he can actually eat those units.
Yep.
And Tom Kench too.
Oh, we got to lock it. That's gonna help our front line.
Yeah. Didn't double feed the Kench though. Didn't feed the one on the bench. Could have got a little bit more value, but that's okay.
That's being a little nitpicky, but when it comes to, but I will back you up, because when it comes to the final 4, you got to be nitpicky with yourself, right? It's that nitpickiness that's going to get you a win. Yep. It's that extra 12 ability power, that extra, HP that might be the difference. I mean, we saw an Ari win with like 11 HP, right? A little earlier today. So again, it really does matter.
Definitely.
Oh, interesting matchup.
Twitch. Still doing it. Rayo takes a big loss.
Yeah, this Twitch. I mean, the value. The value. This is like you're in the back alleys of New York City and you found the bag you needed.
Exactly. Very, very
It's
scary.
an authentic bag that was $5. That's what this Twitch is like.
It's quite the steal.
Ah. Sorry. So, all right. So Rayo now, who is playing Assassins, is now moving on over. Has already moved over to the Hex Tech. We've had this Sivir for a very long time, but is it going to get severe up in here? We'll know soon.
It already is, but that Alistar ult is huge into the backline, knocking everything up and applying Morello's. Yeah, this fight is long over. Just needs Tom Kench to maybe farm a little bit. There you go. More components. Big damage onto Dog Guy. Red Sea. Kha'Zix always is just such a weird unit to watch. Just bounce all over the place and gonna win fights. All right, there we go.
I mean, so what's the difference between Talon and Light Talon from before the Kha'Zix right now?
That's they fill very, very similar role.
They're the same cost.
Same cost, same role, both assassins. I guess Kha'Zix doesn't become like invulnerable when he dashes like Talon did. He might do more damage though because of that. It's kind of sacrificing survivability for damage. I think might be the change. I don't remember how much damage Talon did though offhand, so don't know for sure.
Okay, we have some extra Arcanus now.
Okay.
The Renata Glask is going to be the Arcanus. We have the double Warmog's Vex with the Titans. We definitely would have liked a secondary tank item there, but we have double Shroud, which is really nice, and a Trap Claw to help with this Ari. It's been here for a while, but it looks like we've 50-50'd our round so far, which just screams Ari to me.
Yep. Okay, the Shroud is going to end up just narrowly hitting the Twitch and the Seraphine. That's big. Renata getting a cast off, but really it's about this Ari. How much damage can she do? Not sure she's going to do enough to take down the Twitch. Assassins finish fights fast, and Ari wants to scale up over time, but she's not going to be allowed that time. Red Sea goes out in 4th, at least for now, but Dog Guy, I think, is going to take a little bit too much damage. Ooh, -8. That's going to be 4th.
All right, 1v1. We've got the Twitch evaders right now.
Twitch evaders. Good comp.
Thank you, appreciate it. Not something I thought I would see. I mean, that's what happens when you get a Twitch 3 and you're like, okay,
There's a juice.
I have vested slot items for this. Might as well, as we put in a better innovator now. We're going to stick with the 5. It's innovators versus Hex Tech. We got old school versus new school.
Old school versus new school. The Hex Tech versus the innovators. Jace may have created Hex Tech, but Rayo's using it a little bit better right now.
The shrouds do hit almost everybody. Not the Sivir, though. So the Sivir is going to ult right away. The Giant Slayer is going to be really nice for this particular comp. And the Frozen Heart actually moves away from the Sivir. But our friend, our mighty friend Twitch, is there on the Sivir. But how good is Twitch?
Oh, no. Tom Kench dies.
Oh,
Twitch is going to pop out.
Gonna be there. Oh, my goodness, the shields.
Wow.
The Hex Tech shields. What a close round. It's going to be Chalice, which is super unfortunate because we have the Prismatic Exile buff.
That is a lot.
And makeshift armor.
I know.
This is just bad.
It's so crazy. These boards are both insane. 6 Hex Tech, Sivir carry versus the innovators. The Twitch. The Twitch took out the Sivir, and the Sivir actually wasn't targeting the Twitch for so long. But still ended up winning the fight. Just the unit quality of Rayo's board overall is a lot stronger than the unit quality on Lear's board. A lot of these innovators, right, the units like Zillion, like Singe, they don't really do anything minus their traits. But every single unit pretty much on Rayo's board has a lot of impact, right? The Jinx can be a kind of pseudo carry. The Tom Kench, we already know, deletes units, farms items, things like that. Just the unit quality overall is kind of insane. Still rolling it down as well to find some potential upgrades. Maybe finding like a Silco 2 can make it happen. Just gonna swap sides. As Jinx now has a Quicksilver. Be a lot better for her.
Rayo could technically lose on this round if the Twitch is able to get enough damage going. It really, I think, was a Seraphine that was the MVP of that last round. Twitch turns around away from the Sivir, was with the Sivir. An Orianna ult whiffed completely there as well. Oh, there it is. It's the Seraphine popping in with the heal for the Twitch too. And we're going to be going around 7-2, folks, I believe.
Killing one more unit? Yes. Okay, so that was the last unit that Rayo needed to survive. We are going to 7-2, Boop, and that has gone back and forth. Rayo won, and then Lear won, getting Tom Kench a bit more health. Tom Kench has a Shroud. That's a big deal.
That's a huge deal. It's dodge. A lot of people forget that dodge is
also
like a part of that item, right? And for someone like Sir Thomas there, in the front lane, you want that dodge to be there, especially with things like the Twitch. The 1 or 2 auto attacks might get wasted, which again in this matchup seems to be valuable. I mean, we won because of a Hex Tech shield buff earlier, as it's going to be a Chalice on the Lucian, which actually doesn't get shrouded.
Yeah, frontlined the carries. Actually, this is scary for the Sivir. I thought that belt was going to turn into a Zephyr on the Echo, but it didn't, actually chalicing the Lucian, but he's not going to do that much. Sivir, if she can get through this Twitch, that would be a lot easier for this fight to be a win. The Tom Kench is going to eat the Twitch instead. It's going to go over to the way of Rayo this time around, back and forth again. 7-3, Boop, and this will be the last fight of the game. Tom Kench does not have a Shroud this time around, does not have AP either. His scaling is going to be worse. He is fed a little bit more. However, Declaw might be a little bit valuable depending on what the Echo can roll into as well, and if Rayo is going to now make this new cloak into a Zephyr instead. I think Zephyr would be huge, especially if he can hit the Twitch.
And we know where the Twitch is. It's in the Socialite Hex.
Yep.
Right? So it's actually a pretty easy Zephyr.
It's going to miss here. I'm pretty sure. Oh, wait, no, it might hit. No.
Oh.
What did it hit?
I don't think it hit anything. I think we were too late.
Oh, no. It's a scrap made the item before the cloak actually went on there. The scrap made the Warmogs, and now this... Oh.
No,
it's gonna be okay anyway though. Tom Kench is a good unit. It's going to make another item. It doesn't matter. Rayo wins the lobby. No misplays were had there. 1 HP in a dream, and it's gonna go from second, and now to first place. What a game.
What a game. And one of the longest games we've had in a while. at Fight Night, going around 7-3 as Draven joining us in this very handsome square that the two of us are in.
Debonair indeed.
I know, right? To see who makes it into the final lobby.
Crazy games we've seen thus far. Lobby A we knew would not disappoint because of just how well the players were playing the first couple of games. 16 points, right? We're tied for 3 different players moving into that game. Now it's just who's going to move forward, right, into the second half, or I guess the not half, again, I keep wanting to say that, right, but it's not halves, so I don't want to say that. Either way, the second stage of the day. Have the scores in just a few moments, but I think, you know, just reflecting on a little bit on the comps that we saw, right, weren't expecting to see a Twitch reroll, but it came through with the innovators and almost got the victory there.
Yeah, I mean, Twitch invaders is something that you can do apparently. If you get the, I know, who knew? If you get the Twitch 3 that early, you establish a lead. It stabilizes you to get to Innovator 5, and then Twitch kind of takes you across the finish line to top 2, right?
Yeah.
You can take him out for your Innovator 7, or you can keep him in for the carry. Interesting stuff.
Very interesting. Sivir as well, but not leaning to the full striker direction, but the Hextech direction. Very good. Actually won the lobby as well. Alistar, you know, Colossuses are interesting units to, you know, on the balance side to have to balance, and you really want them to have a lot of power. I think Alistar got a lot of value that game for hitting multiple people with that ultimate, right? And applying Morellos, I think, was the real key there. Huge value on that front line. But let's go ahead, without any further ado, take a look at the scores and see who is going to move forward in just a little bit. These are the lobby scores. Move on to overall in just a few moments. But we get to see what happened in lobby B, and it's, wow, Clave and Hwachin Yu getting the win there. Yeah, wow.
Yeah, I think lobby B might have a little bit of an advantage going into the final lobby. Rayo might be leading the way, but Clave and Hwachin both finished top 2 last lobby, so they're definitely going to be hitting the top 4 going into the final lobby, as we will move screens here and finally find out where our top 8 is. And unfortunately, Yiggles does fall by 1 point. So our longest remaining player, she won last week, unfortunately misses out by 1 point. Lear, who got second place, needed literally that one more spot open, and we would have been in the final. But I was wrong. Clave got 18. The first lobby must have been a little bit rough for Clave, but Rayo, Hwachin Yu, and Red Sea top 3ing right now. Rayo and Hwachin and Vretzi, again, both having a good lead going into this third period, if we're going to be taking hockey-isms. You know, this third and final period with the lead.
Oh, such a heartbreak for the bottom 8 players, especially the ones right on the cusp, just 1 point away. But that's what happens in tournament formats where you got to eliminate players, right? You got to just move on. Hopefully in the future for players like Yiggles, Lear, you know, all of them as well played very admirably. But moving into the latter half of the day, Boop, any thoughts before we head to a break?
Yeah, you know, last week when we talked to Yiggles, she said that confidence was something that they needed to work on. I just wanted to say that, Yiggles, you've been playing super well, and I hope that not only just for Yiggles, that everyone hovers their mouse over the screen and follows all of our players that are participating today. You can take a look at where they're going, because, you know, we had Asa here last week who ended up barely missing the top 4 at the Zon Cup. So, you know, you never know who might end up showing up.
Exactly. Make sure to show support to all the competitors that you've seen here. Ones that are, you know, going home, and the ones that are going to be competing next 2 games. But for now, we have to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere, because we will be back with more Fight Night Rising in just a few minutes. Welcome back to Fight Night Rising, brought to you by Wisdom. Boop is back with yet another background. This time it's, something.
It's the finals!
It's the finals!
It's electric in here. Grab your umbrellas, grab your sticks. It's electric. It's the finals.
There we go. Final lobby. We've had 3 very, very intense games, but now moving forward, it's, only so much that this can go. It's 2 more lobbies. Double the points as well, Boop. It's gonna be pretty explosive, I suppose you could say.
Double the points, double the trouble, if you will, and double the possibilities, because we've seen every single week so far since we've came into this new format. We have seen the first place person throw super hard coming into the final 2 lobbies. So far, no one who has come into the final lobby leading has won, I believe. So maybe things might change for the better, but with the points being doubled, it kind of gives everyone just a little bit more time going into the last lobby if the order of operations for this first one is in your favor. But at the end of the day, like I said, the person who's been in first place coming into the stage has not won. So it's everyone still around for the victory.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was, a couple weeks ago, it was Yiggles, and last week it was Yunyuki. Now this week in first place, right, is Rayo, but the 4th game pacing is really going to dictate what we see. It could happen in game 4, it could happen with that, the final lobby curse as well. That's, something that happens around here.
It's still here.
Night. Yeah, it's... I guess it happens in lobby 4, right? No, it's not lobby 5.
Yeah, it's still the 4th lobby curse.
It is just the 4th lobby curse, right? Not the final lobby curse. Yeah,
I believe twice the person in first place has 7th or 8th in one of the final 2 lobbies. So it's just so hard. You add an extra game to be consistent in. You add an extra game to do anything with, and it's just an extra game you have to stay on top of it for. So it can be pretty exhausting. But again, I just wanted to reiterate that no one is eliminated right now, right? Everyone has their points doubled, and everyone has an opportunity to take over that first place spot and that money too, because you're also going to be coming back next week for that top 4. We've eliminated half of our players. Unfortunately, our champion from last week and fan favorite Yiggles unable to make it, as well as, I believe, did Dog Guy make it into the final 4? I think we lost all 4 of our returning players coming in here, except for Unyuki. So he's representing for the returning players, and we've got some really... This is a very interesting lobby because we've got someone who we know can play Mercs with Crispy Burger. She's already had some success there. Bradini has had a very up and down day, right? And if Bradini's on, what does that mean for the rest of the lobby, right?
Exactly. The rest of the lobby, I mean, even in terms of if we look a little bit deeper as well into what players are going to run just in the game, the meta, right? Mercs is very risky. What are players going to go consistently? We know Innovator's pretty good. Sivir, pretty solid. She can run your niche compositions like, Twitch evaders, but nothing else has really seemed super standout consistent yet. It's like, I mean, it makes sense. This is a new set. It's only been on PBE for a few days now. No one knows what's really going to be good. It's just, that it's really showing right now. Not that that's a bad thing, of course. There's so many new augments, so many new units, so many new things to try. You gotta try them all out, right? Just because, just like you said earlier, there can't be success without failure first.
Yep. Gotta get yourself a little dirty before you can get clean, right? Is another, I think, version of it. Tiny Titans, I love. It's like, instead of gold, you get HP. Right, it's kind of a similar vibe. Meditation is very interesting. Units without items equipped restore 7 mana per second. Really, really good for Yordles. Good for Scholars, which you can fit into Yordles. If you get 6 Yordles, you're already getting mana buffs. So every 7 seconds, you're going to get 1 or 2 ultimates out of your units. But it's going to not be that one. We're going to be going into... Don't recognize that symbol, Khroen. I didn't quite catch that.
The augment?
Yes.
Tiny Titans going to be
Tiny
the 135
Titans. That's
HP. Right. So Rayo is going to be at the top of the leaderboards in terms of HP for a while.
So the hardest thing about this particular augment is that it completely guarantees that you will not pick first on the first carousel. So when you pick this, I don't know, part of me is like, it's just kind of telling you to lose streak to 100 or win streak as long as you can, but you're not going to get first pick on the carousel, so you are going to be giving that up.
If it's worth it, right? What are you getting if you're giving up that pick? Are you slimming items or just full greeting? Crispy Burger mercs yet again, and it's going to be on 2-1. That's, hey, if game gives you mercs, you gotta know how to pilot them, and Crispy Burger not afraid for it at all.
Yeah, that burger might end up being soggy at the end of a merc game, though, as opposed to crispy. We'll see. I mean, I'll never forget the 6 merc cash out Yiggles got, and it was literally like 20 gold in an item component.
Yeah.
So
it's like, oh, big cash out, and oh, okay.
You know, and that could be the case, or you could high roll that merc cash out. Having it available to you at 2-1 means that you're going to give yourself the best opportunity at it. As we do lose our first round, I would suspect that we will try to keep losing, but with the amount of HP, and we're already level 4, you never know with the matchup. You might run into mercs and accidentally win. Yeah,
if you level and lose, obviously always is a little bit yikes. You can still make it work in the early game stage 2 especially. But if you go against mercs and win, then face a board like this from Khroen, it's a Talon 2. I don't know if you're gonna be in a pretty happy spot here. Wow, this is... Oh, it's because the augment. I forget what the augment's called. Gotta look.
Looks like Twisted Fate made it.
Oh, it is true too. So you get 2 random 2-star 2-cost champions, which are the Talon and the Lulu. Okay, so this is going to be an augment that basically says, hey, have a free win streak in stage 2, especially when you get a good one like a carry, like Talon. It's really, really good to pressure the lobby, put yourself in a nice spot where you're generating the econ. You don't really have to push levels with it either, but Khroen is in this situation, has an eco's help on the bench, could even in some situations, I think, slam the RFC on the Talon. Wait a minute. Might actually lose this round. I'm talking about, hey, all right, free streak, great, but a belt? Yeah. No, it won't make a difference. Damn.
Oh. Yeah, it looks like they're... I don't think Senpai can take this.
Nope.
Nope, the ult not enough, and this should be it. Wow, interesting loss.
Never mind, everything I said out the window.
It would work in a vacuum, right? But in this particular moment, we might have had better examples, which is okay.
It happens.
Crispy Burger, playing mercs, not in last place. A lot of people might actually win their first merc round because you're not going to get money that second round regardless, so you can kind of throw away that first round if you would like, but moving on, you do want to lose streak, and that kind of looks like what Crispy Burger did.
Yep. You'll checking out of his board here before they go off to their own. Yuki and Crispy Burger leveling to 5. Crispy Burger leveling to 5 while playing mercs before the carousel. A little interesting.
I don't know. We could get a quick level 8 when you do a winning merc type of situation, but we haven't seen that since Fortunes.
Yeah, and Chris Burger did already take a
mercenaries back then. So yeah, we've got Bradini and Khroen now. Bradini has had a very up and down day. Won the first lobby, and I think got 7th in the second one. We did make it to the finals. We got 2 Yordles to try to make it through, and once again, it's the Lulu and Senna, but this time they should be just fine.
I think so. Vec's gonna go down. Ziggs, I mean, he can't miss the bomb in this situation, but the bomb still doesn't do enough damage.
You never know. You never know.
It could somehow find a way.
Remember when Ash Arrows used to go to... There was a point where it would go to another boar.
Oh, yeah. That was something.
You know, there are always some... Like, there are some bugs that have been in the game that I feel like have been more charming than distracting.
That's true.
And I wouldn't have minded if they were in there continuously. Like wide killjoy. Just give us that.
That's the best.
Give us Clapio. 96 HP now. We're moving on over to Yuki, who has 100 HP. One of 3 players at 100 HP or over. If you're wondering how that's possible, Rayo got the Tiny Titan. So we had 135 HP to start the round. And now we have 2 more people moving up to level 5, which is Fredzy and Khroen. Fredzy in 3rd place right now. Khroen in 2nd. And they really, really want to have very similar placements in this lobby, because if first place falls, then you're in striking distance, and if they continue going in first place, you continue to stay in striking distance.
Yeah. was gonna say, Yunyuki probably should play this Nocturne one way or another. Is going to put the Rek'Sai in over the Zac and make Econ that way. Rek'Sai just the more valuable unit in this situation. Rayo is also rocking Ezreal, but has the Innovators already in this game. Zilean going to be stunning out the Nocturne in the back line.
I keep going back to what you said, you know, new patch, Innovators are still good.
Yep.
And I think it was literally the first comp we pointed out in terms of ones we might see in terms of today. Before we came back from break, I was like, I probably would have 20 out of 20 Innovators today anyway. I might not have won, but I definitely would have top forward more often. It's just a solid comp. Talk about like a good vanilla comp to go after. It can be pretty tough in terms of positioning, and you do need a legendary unit, but once you do lock it in, you're locked in.
Yeah, I mean, you don't even need the legendary. I mean, Jace is very nice to have. He's in most of your endgame boards, but just to have like the 5 online to get you, into that top 4 slot most of the time, Seraphine does the job and does it very, very well. There's a lot of times you have carry items on the Seraphine, as she's able to do a lot of damage, heal up, have the utility, kind of just do a little bit of everything. Won't be the direction for now for Yunyuki. It wasn't the opposite board, but Yunyuki did find a Vi already, 4-cost unit. Early, well, I guess later of stage 2, but still early to find a 4-cost.
That's a 2% chance at level 5, so we might be able to find a good amount of value there. And the fact that it's Bruiser is really nice, and Enforcer, right? Anytime you got that 2 splash, you have a triple synergy unit like Vi. It's going to feel really nice. As the Vi, you actually get to see work in its fullest potential. Usually in the late game, you only get to see the 1 ult, but now, with less units on the field, you get to see the whole version, the whole shebang, if you will.
Ooh, Cho'Gath too for Crispy. Burger did lose the last round, did a little loss, which feels pretty bad. Is still kind of rich though. Is level 5, 28 gold. Interesting.
I think Gangplank's helped us out a little bit, is what that tells me.
Yeah, I guess so. Wow.
Oh,
Rek'Sai too, randomly, potentially?
Yeah, let's might as well, right? We could go mutants now if we wanted to. We just have to hit the Castin, which is a tier 1. A mutant is a good package for mercenary.
More gold.
We're going to go ahead and do it, and we're going to get 40 gold.
I don't know if that sell came through too late. I think it was on time.
Okay, so the Rek'Sai going to stay on the bench for now. We can't put it in just yet, but once we get to level 6, we could. We have good defensive items, but we're going to keep them on the bench for now. You don't want to use those items until you cash out.
Oh, these augments. Chrissy Burger got 3's company, which you gain 4 random 3-cost champions. That's probably why that Cho'Gath 2 came through there, and that's why Chrissy Burger had a lot of gold, because basically 12 gold that you get for free. So pretty good augment for the opener.
It's always good to think of champs and units as gold.
Yep.
In those situations, again, because you don't want to develop relationships with them. It's better if you just think about them as money, which feels really dark.
Sound better, but it is better.
Yeah, but it is better. It's a better strategy. Yeah, you're going to get units, but really it's 12 gold. So you have 12 gold versus so. That's why you usually don't pick up the unit on carousel that you need unless it's a 5-cost. You absolutely need it. You go for the component.
Don't develop emotional bonds with them. Just think of them as money. Boop 2022.
I'm married, so listen to me. Right? If you want, if you want a forever partner, Valentine's Day is Monday, right?
That is true.
All you have to do is listen to every word I say. Treat everyone like their money.
All right, I'll keep that in mind as I go out to my Valentine's
in TFT,
dinner this
just on the
week.
convergence. Just on the convergence.
I see. Ari found very quickly for Bradini here. Has the blue buff already. Is running Triforce though, where it buffs up their 3-cost champions with health, attack speed, and mana. So the Ari doesn't benefit from that.
So this is one of the coolest augments in general. I feel like they have always loved re-rolled 3-cost units, all the way back to like Kindred back in the day.
True.
It's a very good, it's a very good power level. And now it's just kind of like, hey guys, let's get some 3-cost carries, yeah?
I love 3-cost carries.
There is some good options here, so I like it. Oh, that's actually the first aid kit I've seen since the new set. Wow. I know it's just a common emblem
Yeah.
or augment. I have not seen it. Phalanx, your units that start combat in the back 2 rows, but it's going to be first aid.
Yep.
Which is only helping Vex.
The Poppy as well. Yeah. Not too much more value. The value that it'll get will come through in the later stages of the game. But without units like, you know, Yumi and Janna as well in this set, it does kind of just lose value overall. Excuse me, it feels like.
Totally agree. And so, I mean, when I think first aid, I think of Seraphine.
Yeah.
So I wonder if that is a direction. We're not necessarily locked into this, really.
Oriana
I mean,
as
we've got a blue buff, so that can move on to any other mage-based unit, but it's most likely going to stay here. We also have the Reforger, so if we, for some reason, are scared off of this, we can move on over, because we actually don't have good AP items right now. This is just good for what we have at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, blue buff is nice, but yeah, no rods, no gloves. Nothing like that. No Morelos components either. The Ahri does go down to Tryndamere. Tryndamere spins through. He's such a good carry.
Oh.
And just going to spin away from threat sometimes and heal back up with that Bloodthirster. There was almost no reason Tryndamere should have lived there, but instead of a round win, it's going to be a 5-0 loss for Berdini. That's tragic round.
This is pretty tragic for Berdini. And watching you, just in general, I wonder if watching you is playing Mercs. You always have to assume, you know, it's like in Blackjack, you always assume the best card is the one that's turned over. So you have to assume that it's Mercs and hopefully not someone doing a version of Mercs without Mercs, which is just boss streaking. So Crispy Burger at 62, that is what you're seeing is the impact of a win-loss mercenary player. With Crispy Burger there. Is watching you is actually not running mercenaries, has the 5 Arcanus, another AP board, Khroen. Has it just been the carousels? I mean, we've got 2 large rods on this carousel. So, I mean, it has been a lot of Ahri today. A lot of Ahri. This is like our 7th or 8th Ahri.
A lot more, so far. A lot more than I expected. And not to say, ooh, that's gnarly Kaisa, but not to say that Ahri is bad. I did come into today thinking, okay, Ahri doesn't seem great. It's a little better than I expected, I will say, but even still, it's not been especially impressive. I really do think it comes down to proper positioning. Most people position the Ahri in just the back 2 rows. I think she can get away a little bit better with maybe some second row positioning. We'll see though. We'll see how much this one from Hua Chen Yu is going to be able to do against this Talon too.
If we got the Battle Mage augment, the Swain Ahri combo in the first 2 rows might actually be pretty redonkulous. And I think a lot of people would have liked the Ludens as well with this, but so far I've been a little under impressed with the Ludens augment. It's nice. It's hard to see kind of like the impact of it because it seems so small. In the stats, it might be a lot bigger than what we're witnessing, but it seems to be a tad underwhelming.
Definitely.
I feel like the Ludens Corki should have done better, personally. I'm still thinking about that. That was our first game.
Yeah, I am too. I feel you there. The Corki, a bit of disappointment. I really think probably Corki's best power or like highest power is going to come through with running twin shots, so you can guaranteed get multiple casts off. But hey, it's early set. Who knows, right? Just speculation at this point.
Nice Ahri ult. You usually don't get them like that. We already have 2, and we're only 8 seconds into the round. We're going to get a triple ult here. Yeah, we're going to miss everybody with it, but it's not going to matter. We already had the damage. Thank goodness we have this Kaisa. Even though it's not necessarily connected with anything right now, it will be super valuable because it's just that damage that we don't necessarily have.
She did top damage that fight. It's being buffed up by Arcanus, I suppose, a little bit. Also interesting to note as we watch, the Corki actually clutched this out. Nice. Is Hua Chen Yu did have future sight, so they know always who they're going to fight up against next. That makes the positioning of Ahri actually a lot more consistent, being able to know, okay, what carries am I trying to hit? Where are they located? How can I hit them, right? That's the thought process there, and Hua Chen Yu can position perfectly every single time.
That's really nice, and I don't know if everyone noticed, but we're going to be adding potential versus matchups to the actual game, which is awesome.
Sure.
So the game is going to tell you who you might be facing up against. So, as they say in the announcement, you can focus on, quote, the important things, like not pivoting, which is what they wrote down.
Yep,
there are a couple other things, but that one made me laugh.
That one surely called out a lot of people. Not myself. Can't say that. Never not pivoted in my life.
Okay. Sure. We'll just let that one go. Yeah, that's true. That's so true. You've never lied in your life, Khroen.
Yep, never. Not once.
Never. It's super unexpected, the whole thing. One Corki away, though, from Corki 3. We're actually a little late. 4-1, we probably would have liked to have it already. It's going to be really late if we get to chickens, and we don't have that Corki 3 just yet. And how many times have you been locked in with your 8 copies and just never see the last one?
Oh, I feel like that happens way too often. That one definitely happens to me a lot of the time. For sure, and it's a bad feeling every time. Lendario rolled down about 20, or no, about like 30 gold there, didn't hit. How much are they willing to roll further? I think is a big question. Well, we'll see a bit later. Wait a minute. That is going to be
Another
a
Ari.
Debonair VIP Zeri being found by Berdini. It gets picked up, but is the pivot going to happen? I don't know. Item's not great, but there is a Reforger.
Seeing the way that Bradini is playing right now, doesn't seem like they know.
No, a little slow.
If that's the case, we'll probably figure out the Zeri here during this round, because, you know, there is that Reforger, but this is the 3rd Ari comp on this board.
Yeah, the items
First
aren't
aid
great
go
for this one,
both
though.
ways.
They're not bad, but not great.
Yeah, this Corki doing some work right now. It has been very obvious that the Corki comps are missing front lines. So if he's able to break through another front line first, you're going to be good to go. But just like every other unit that uses IE, all you need is a Thornmail to block it out.
Round win for Berdini. The Zeri is still on the bench, Boop. I think that tells us a lot about the direction Berdini is at least willing to go into. Soon. Renata 2, Morgana 2.
See, but this locks you into this Ari a little bit. Okay. Are we going to put our tank items on our Vex, our Leona, our Morgana?
Maybe Morgana. I mean, she is the tier 2 right now. Berdini not really rolling down any further. Gallia gets picked up, and yeah, they do go on to the Morgana. I love Morgana. I love that she's back in as a 3 cost. Well, it gets suffered here, but we'll see what she does soon. But that is a one-shot from Watch and Use Ari onto Berdini's, so that fight's definitely gonna go Watch and Use way in here in a moment.
Oh, Thornmail, though, helping out with the Ari, too. The Ari is getting stuck. Again, if you look to the left, that would have been a triple kill, but we're going to take care of it beforehand. I got to practice some Ari, man. I completely misread that unit, is what I'm thinking at this point in time. Maybe, again, it's just the group of players that we have, but these Aris have been, one, super fun to watch. It seems like every time you have that comp, it will come down to, like, the last second, especially at the late game. But also, it's been moderately consistent. When we were talking about it being inconsistent beforehand, especially these RE2s, they've been doing all right.
Yeah, I mean, I guess when you have a bunch of Aris in the same lobby, like some Aris have to beat other Aris. I think that's a little bit of it. There's just that it happens to be the lobby that we do have. I think it's probably it's good identification to see that, but also a bunch of other weak boards, and that's when Aris find most of their success when it's up against let's just say boards like these, right, from Yunyuki, who are decent in the early mid game, fall off a little bit, and well, now Yunyuki is pivoting. See what they do pivot on into. Talon not gonna be here forever. Zac upgrade found. Vi found. Already making some transitions. Kench is in here. Sivir would be a very nice carry of these items, but how does Sivir find her way onto this board? Does it happen now? It does, but Talon's still in there as well.
Shiv not the worst Sivir item in the in the world, but it's gonna be less severe up in here with the Shiv than some of the other items. Got that one from the great RuPaul Charles. So if anyone wants to know where I learned how to rhyme,
there you go.
It is that. But the Sivir with the Shiv, not enough.
Not quite.
Not Sivir 2 might have taken that.
Yeah.
But
damage from the Sivir,
Yeah, the Shiv doing a good amount of work, but
Ooh.
we have a prismatic emblem coming.
High Roller, Stay United, Cybernetic Shell.
I think it's Stand United, man. The opposite of Built Different.
That's true. Want to run more traits, more synergies.
That's 35 attack damage and ability power across the board with Stand United. Will the other ones are just for some of them and for 20? I think it's Stand United, man.
Stand United's probably the pick here. I agree with you. Yeah, it is. There we go. It's just so much value and the potential. Once you grab it, it's like, okay, how can I maximize this, right? What other units can I run? Maybe the Talon goes away, right? And then we run some more. I don't know what can we splash in here, to be honest, but the potential I think is there to make that a little bit better. If we run laser units, say like Jace and things like that, and splashing. We already have Enforcer Splash, but even just the Transformer can make that trade a bit better. Sivir 2.
All right.
But still, items on Talon.
We got some items on Talon. The Sivir 2 is here. I like the Shiv on the Sivir, but like if you got it early, I think that would be the best place for it. There's not a lot of follow-up AP damage here as well, but all of the damage is really on to the Sivir anyway. Oh, Frozen Heart coming into play. With that Morgana hurting that Sivir pretty roughly.
Yeah, I think Yunuki's expecting to lose there, but we'll go more into that a little bit as we look at Crispy Burger and this cash out. Not sure how many losses, but it's a bit of gold, some components as well.
At least 5 or 6, it looks like.
Yeah, I think so as well. The Cho'Gath, I think, has been outscaled at this point. Not really going to be giving that much value for taking 2 unit slots. What can Crispy Burger roll into here? Is it going to be a Kaisa 2? That could save the game. Is it going to be a sell onto this Cho'Gath?
We are
or
level
just
8.
5 mutants. Okay, 5 mutant commit.
All right, 5 mutants and 3 HP, and we're still adding items. Are we going to roll down? If we lose, we're going to leave the game with some extra money.
Oh, the risky.
It doesn't carry over. Oh, we are feeling crispy, folks.
I like this play. I think it is unlikely if Crispy Burger rolls to 0 that they will hit Kaisa 2, maybe Vi 2, but then you have to ask, right, is that enough? While also keeping into account what their power level is versus the rest of the lobby. They have a 3-item Kaisa, they have a good tank Cho'Gath, and a Kha'Zix 2. It should be enough usually, but it might not be here. Cho needs another ult, but he doesn't have the HP to get there.
Oh, no. It's over. It's over. 50 gold being wasted by Crispy Burger. Maybe not wasted, but you hate to have to leave that game without thinking, will I have hit that? Right? You might have hit the Kaisa.
You might have. Definitely,
right?
The possibility was there. Like I was saying, it's
that
unlikely,
reminds me
but, oh man,
our rich get richer players that stick around 70 gold for the whole game.
Yeah.
And, never cash out until they die. But we have our first Irelia itemized here, too. So Irelia is going to be a striker scrap, not something that you see every day. I think the striker, in terms of scrap, is actually hard to fit in. But we have 3 items on it, not a lot of mana. Works a lot like the one you see on the Rift that loves to farm and not team fight with your team.
Let's see. This one's forced to team fight. So let's see how much she's able to do. Not much at all. She's only tier 1, was right in front of the Shroud and the Corki. Power jumps to the back line though, allowing Sivir some more time, dealing some damage. Not gonna be enough though. The Corki. Big damage out of these Corkis.
That's the second time in a row that has happened with a Sivir and the Morgana walking up with a Frozen Heart and neutering some last minute damage. So it's how the Morgana is getting so close to the Sivir is what's interesting to me, but we are going to force our Irelia into the Socialite. Hex, it's only just one Socialite, so it can only go to anybody. And the Alistar, you'd usually see the Zephyr in the Socialite Hex in the front row in this scenario, but I guess we're assuming that other people are assuming that we're doing that, and so we're going to be doing it a different way instead.
Oh, okay, Irelia 1 versus Irelia 1, and Sivir v Sivir. Yunuki was just using the talent as a Irelia item carrier. Meanwhile, both Sivirs have Shivs. A little bit of mirror matchup here, but it looks like Clave's comp is a bit better. Really living the whole time. Did significantly more damage, but yeah, those are always be the top 2 damage dealers. Sivir and Irelia there. Fully itemizing both. These are some real explosive fights.
And can actually go pretty quickly. So I like the Shiv on the Sivir, man. Seems like it's doing a lot of damage as well to help enable us. And while it's not helping, you know, particularly a ton of magic damage here, the little bit that does get through is going to be enhanced.
Yep.
The Alistar has been doing some great work. I don't think is as good as Scion. There's a whole other action that needs to take place before you get the knock up, but it can still function in a similar way as we put the Sunfire onto the Braum, and the Shroud's going to stick on to the Blitzcrank.
Yep. What do you know, Boop? 4th lobby curse strikes again. Rayo drops in 7th. Every single time.
Every time. There's just got to be something about the timing of the 4th lobby, what time it is right now, wherever they're living, right? If their parents are home.
Stars are aligned.
If you did your Ouija board this morning, right? Did you do your self-affirmations in the mirror? All of that stuff seems like it can affect it for this 4th lobby. But Corki 3, sitting in the top 4 right now, does seem to be falling off. We have 8 gold. And 1 Morgana away. This Morgana has been fine against Sivers, but seems like we're struggling a little bit against the AP. And the Ahri's still sticking around in the back line.
Ooh, Corki. Ooh, not
again,
able to do it.
It seems like we're getting these kind of like repeat plays. That's the second time we've seen Corki 3 lose to an Ahri 2 by almost that exact same amount of health.
I don't want to say I guarantee you, Boop, but I'm looking at these comps here, right? The Ahri, the Corki. I feel like even if like the patches wouldn't hit, I feel like these comps we'd be seeing would be completely different in like a week's or like 2 weeks time, right? Like I just think there's so much discovery left to do, at least with how these builds are looking. They work out for now. They're so close, but we're really just seeing people lean really hard onto this AP tree. But let's see how it fares against these comps like Sivir Irelia. That's gonna be an interesting thing to note.
Oh, big CC on the board. But that, I think Seraphine might have a little bit of potential. Seraphine's been putting out a ton of damage. It was a big reason why the Twitch 3 lost and that Twitch Evader comp a little earlier. Seraphine ults again. You know, once this is a Morgana 3, things might actually be a pretty miserable, as the Frozen Heart not going to be enough this time. But yeah, like you said, so much work compared to any other item. It just happens to slot in really well against the rest of the lobby at the moment.
Yeah. Irelia did a lot of work, even though she's only tier 1 last fight as well. A couple players on single-digit HP. Watching you. See, here's an Ahri that, like, the board looks okay. The front line, lacking a little bit, maybe. Morgana, Swain, Vex, but only 2 items between the 3 of them. I guess Renata up there as well as can serve as a pseudo frontliner. Ahri perfectly itemized. Still, watching you might bottom 4 this situation though.
4th lobby curse.
Redzi. Lobby curse. Is it Ahri? I don't know.
3rd place as well right now. It seems like we're going to have a pretty substantial flip if Miyuki is able to stay where they're at. But look at the lobby right now. How close. You haven't had a lobby distribution this close all day. So these are going to be coming down to individual matchups, because 1st place to 4th place is literally separated by 12 HP.
Yep. Moving into stage 6. A lot of damage. Anything will knock out Hua Chenyu if any losses are occurring. But this Irelia is still just tier 1.
I can see Ahri being good against things like the Irelia if the Irelia is unable to do that damage. One shots the backline there. Good direction.
Why? Oh.
The Vi is able to make it through, doesn't turn the correct direction, and the redemption's nice for this particular team comp distribution in this lobby, as everyone survives that round.
Yeah, wait a minute.
From the last one.
It's getting close.
It's getting even closer.
2 HP on Clave, 4 HP Hua Chenyu, 4 HP Berdini, 6 on Redzi. Even Yoon Yuki is not safe at 19 HP. We could see up to 3 eliminations this round, Boop. A lot of last second repositioning, Zephyring, Shrouding is going to have to happen.
this is where you kind of just move until you can't anymore and see if you just, you know, outwit, outplay, outlast your opponent.
Yep.
And we are going to get the Corki to get Zephyr'd. The hook is going to get blocked. And we're going to get this Ahri going. Morgana 3 is online, but Ahri seems to be doing just fine with it.
Ooh, close.
Is low. Man, these Victor ults have been awful.
The Ahri, yeah, the Victor ult, bad. Ahri, great there. The sustain from the Syndicate to allow that round to be a win. These have been real clenchers for these Ahri boards, you know, back to back.
Yep. Two of our top three finishing in the bottom 3. Clave might finish in the bottom 4.
Yunyuki could bottom 4.
Anything can happen, Khroen. What's behind door number 3? So, watching you, who's actually been holding on to the bottom of the leaderboard almost this entire lobby so far, has the best Ahri and has the best potential Ahri composition, but we are moving up against a Morgana 3 at some point, and we're going up against Sivers. So is Ahri the answer for Sivir? It seems like it might be.
Potentially see this fight. I mean, Sivir's still alive. Oh wow.
Runes.
Yeah, maybe not the answer then. Watching you, gonna fall in what might be 5th. See what other fights happen. Really close again between these AP and AD carries. It's
Man,
one unit winning it every single time. Everyone's single digit HP.
4 people single digit HP. I honestly couldn't tell you if I have ever seen that before. So it is going to be 2, 3, 4, 7. Everyone separated by literally half a unit at this point in time. I wonder if any of us are going to get spat upgrades. It does look like we got a clockwork upgrade.
Yep. 5 Syndicate for Arcanist. Yet another Ahri build.
Who would have thunk it, Khroen? Who?
Not me.
Thunk it.
That's for sure.
I'm still taken aback by how much art it has been everywhere. This art, it's not like, you know, sometimes we see patterns in individual lobbies, like last week before we moved over, Urgot was everywhere, right? Here it really is just that Ahri. Morgana seems to be getting a little bit more value. I think if we're going to see more of a unit, it's probably Morgana versus the Ahri, but we're going to have Morgana 3 for XI here and see if that's going to end up working out, especially with the Frozen Heart. This isn't a Sivir comp, so we might actually have a little bit of a harder time. We got to get to the Ahri at some point.
Tier 3 Morgana is a Tier 3 Morgana, though. It's going to be doing a lot of work, allowing time for a Corki. Wow, it does go down, though. This Ahri has ramped up so much. She's sending out more orbs than I can count right now. It covers the whole entire board.
I don't think I've seen that either. Most of the areas I know of are dead by that point.
Yeah. Dead or I guess have won the fight.
Yeah. Exactly.
Clave on 4th. And Dario on 3rd.
It's just a blue buff, too. This is going to be the last round. Which one of our... Is Yuki running the Hextech, it looked like? At least some of them in the front line. This is the Sivir versus the Ahri. So far, this has actually been a coin flip, so we'll see what happens.
I think it'll go Yunyuki's way. If it was versus the Frozen Heart, it might go differently. But let's see. The carries are split, Boop. The Sivir on the left side, the Irelia on the right-hand side. Can this Ahri do it?
We want the Irelia to get to those resets. Big shield on the Vex there. We do take him out. Oh, the Ahri is getting down in HP, but so is the Sivir Thornmail. Thornmail is so good, as Ahri's going to win the lobby.
Ahri wins the lobby. Redini started the day off with a first and is going to make one happen again where the point totals are doubled. That's a huge placement there. I'm still shocked over that Ahri.
Yeah, you're shook, man. We both are.
Yeah, Irelia having BT, having a little bit of extra MR, just gets one shot. I guess it's like a Giant Slayer Ahri. Giant Slayer Deathcat blue buff was the build. It wasn't even like it was a bunch of Arcanists or anything.
I wonder if like the raw damage from the Rabadons maybe? I mean, that Ahri had an easy time. That was probably the easiest I've seen Ahri play. Yeah. As we do have our scorers, let's see how far Bredini was able to climb up that leaderboard.
Wow, all the way up to 38 points.
Okay.
It was only at 18. Nuts. And now, yeah, there's just an 8-point difference between first and 6th here. I guess Chrissy Berger having 20, a little bit behind, but
it's still top 4.
Still top 4able, still mostly anyone's game. Maybe Chris Berger can't win it, still top 4able, but anyone else can still win this. It's crazy when we get this new format online, Boop. It's like, I don't know what's gonna happen in games 4 and 5.
Man, I you know, it's hard for me because I look at watching you, right, and I see 2 lobby wins in a row, and then you screw up one time and you lose your advantage, right? But that's why you have an advantage, so you could kind of screw it up, right? You of course want to push it through, but what Watchin's doing is a little bit different. He's experiencing this background right now. Is what I feel. This is also, in my opinion, that could have been an email, not a meeting. The image, but there are a lot of people I think can vibe with me on that. But this literally is anybody's game going into the last lobby, and that's been the case over the last 3 to 4 weeks, because for some reason this 4th lobby has been actually cursed if you're winning coming into the 4th lobby, and that is not dependent on format, it seems like.
Not dependent on format, it just happens. I couldn't tell you why. It just does. This last lobby, what's gonna happen, right? I think players are starting to recognize some trends, Boop. Over the course of a 4-game sample size, we've seen innovators rise up and do very well. We've seen Ari, as surprising as it is for at least the both of us. Maybe it's not surprising to others, but surprising for us. Ari's doing this well. But I think we can kind of add the Sivir Irelia into that conversation as well. It's a comp that I believe the Sivir won one, so it's mostly Hex Tech related. But if you're able to get multiple carries itemized, that Irelia can still do a lot of work, regardless if it Ari sometimes maybe just one-shots her. Like I think Irelia is still a good unit in that situation. So I think those are the comps to look at. Yeah. Went into this last game.
Let's get some. It seems like a Bramble Vest might be nice to have.
Yep.
When it comes to either of these units, it wouldn't have helped with that Ari, and maybe that might have been the clutch factor. Maybe IE is so predictable, you throw the Bramble on, and then
that's true.
You're kind of stuck, right?
Yeah.
Maybe you just don't put the IE on, put the Giant Slayer on instead, and you don't have to worry about it. I mean, definitely a consideration. We just saw Rabadon's Giant Slayer blue buff combo, like an itemization that you literally probably have never seen. Right, outside of Lux back in the day, in all of her forms, but very interesting stuff there.
I'm thinking, because okay, about how Ari functions as a unit. Surely, even if a unit has Bramble Vest, Ari doesn't get stuck on a unit, right? She can, well, unless it's the way she's facing. But Ari will still hit to the backline if you position her well. She shouldn't have to worry about things like Bramble, because she can just hit the backline. Regardless, if she happens to be facing a incorrect direction, if someone positions to where it's like they bait Ari's direction, maybe it is just safer to like you say, run a different build, run that Giant Slayer Death Cap. Maybe that's just going to be best, especially when it seems like a lot of things do fit under that Giant Slayer threshold for it to get a lot of value. Maybe people are just building it wrong.
Yeah, you have to think about it. That, I mean, the amount of damage that Ari was doing with the Giant Slayer Rabadons was obscene, like actually obscene. And it literally wasn't even close, that last lobby. So very intrigued to see what happens here. We've got the Bramble. If you want to throw it, if you're listening to our cast, that's the way to show us. But I never build your items until all of the rounds are over. I remember one time I was like, I'll build this, and then I got a better component, even though, you know what I mean? I was like, oh, Rage Blade, I'll just slam it, and I'm like, oh, I have one more PvE round to go. But now Thornmail, Bramble might be the best case scenario.
It's so ingrained in you.
I know, right? And then we could just leave everything on the bench too. We've got Mercs.
Got Mercs, got the Quinn. Could be a little frisky. Can't pre-level, but could level up so that next turn we could hit a Gangplank, go 5 Mercs. I'm just saying. 3 Mercs for now, though, on 2-1. Very nice. Berdini coming off of a win in the last lobby. Coming off of being in first place right now. Is risky the right way to play? If you get Mercs on 2-1, the answer is probably still yes.
There is a very high possibility that whatever order we end in on this lobby is going to decide the winner. Of course, that isn't 100% true, but based on the scores, it is likely.
Yeah.
So we'll definitely have a little bit of a clear picture at the end of this lobby, but again, it's close right now. And the early game, I think, is where you can make some of the silliest mistakes. When it comes to TFT, you can kind of cruise through it. You can put cruise control on and miss a turn.
Yep.
Right. And I think that you just have to play clean. A lot of people sometimes will get to this last lobby and just throw everything at the wall and do something totally different. Right. And then they'll fast eighth.
Just hope it
other
sticks.
people will obsessively check scores, like they'll change in the middle of the game. Right. And, you got to focus. This game is just like the rest. Right. You're going to play your outs. You're going to play your best possibilities. What tree are you going to climb? It doesn't change because we're in the 5th lobby. You might play a little bit more aggressive or conservative, but at the end of the day, if you're changing a lot about your play style, you'll probably just end up doing worse.
Yeah. Very interesting. Players' mindsets going into a game 5 type situation. But I think what you said, placement you get in the final game will probably just dictate, who wins. Crispy Burger, a player that has been on Fight Night before, done well. Don't think has had a win yet though.
No,
they have a really good opener this game. Yordles and treasure trove 1. A lot of gold, a lot of econ to work with.
Yeah, Crispy has played Mercs 2 out of the last games. One game was much better than the other. And she probably wants this last game back that we had. We were alternating win-loss mercenaries, brand new strategy here for Fight Night Rising. And unfortunately, the result was, I think, in 8th place. So the power levels were interesting, I think, in the early game last time for Crispy Burger. This time we're avoiding it. We're playing something a little bit more on the traditional side, which is the Yordles developing the cash to move into something else.
Burger, 2 Arcanists. I mean, Malzahar has a rod, not sending any items. Maybe get flexible. AP. I think I slept on a little bit, Boop, I'll admit. AP seems to be kind of good. I wonder.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, it's winning lobbies. It's doing good. Even the quirky rerolls,
I know, right? They've top 4'd every time so far. It's funny too because I think AP is always, it's like whenever you play a war game in the Navy, right? I think we gravitate towards building land armies, and AP is maybe better, right? We just get to it a little bit later, and I think in the process of discovery, AP comps always come second, unless it's like a straight up mage comp or an Arcanist comp, right? In terms of build diversity and item diversity and itemization, we've seen 6 or 7 different versions of Ari, and one was a lobby winner, and a couple of them have gotten 2nd and 3rd so far today. And at this point, it's not a statistical outlier. It is just fact. Ari's good. Ari can top for you. You get some good items. She can make it happen. You just need blue buff. Blue buff is the key.
I don't want to accept it, Boop. I don't.
Change is okay.
It's
Change is
scary.
Okay, I know, but I'm here for you. We will do this together.
All right.
As we move into the Ari meta.
Gotta get through it. Going into the Ari meta yet again. No Aris here, at least for now. Of course, it is just stage 2. Hua Chen Yu has 4 bruisers and 3 mutant. Morello's already on this Mouse. A solid opener. 3 streak. Looking to make it 5. Mouse versus Mouse. I think Hua Chen Yu a bit of advantage in this fight, though. Just bruisers in the early game. A lot of HP to have to cut through.
A ton of HP, and again, HP is something that can be a little rough at this point in time to even kind of get a substantial amount of damage on, and we actually are because I think of a Frozen Heart situation here, so it's going to be Morello's versus Jeweled Gauntlet.
Yeah,
it should be Morello's.
Closer than I thought.
Dot. Yeah, the double dot should be enough, but Crispy Burger falls. Not playing Mercenaries this time either.
Nope, can't roll into Mercenaries every single game. Unfortunately.
You can force them like I do.
You can. Hey, roll on stage 2. Find your mercs.
Hey, if I get a Gangplank at 3-3, why not?
3-3.
Don't answer. Don't answer. Don't answer the 15 possible answers. Just let me live in my world here at 100 HP with watching you, living vicariously through their board. A lot of bruisers, actually. That's 3 bruiser openings on the board so far. We already have a smattering of a potential Stand United direction if we get that augment again. In terms of augment diversity, we've actually had a good amount of these emblems for the first augments. It's the hearts, and so it helps us get a little bit of direction in the early game. And when you're able to get something like syndicates, you can kind of force your way into some other comps with a little bit more flexibility, since you don't need like the worst version of that unit, right?
Yeah.
You don't need the worst syndicate.
It's true. Watching you streaking all the way through stage 2. Nice stuff. Clave looking to make it happen as well. Having it's such only 2 already.
Yeah, 4 bruisers.
4 bruisers again, like you mentioned, 4 bruiser players, or a bunch of bruiser players in general. Good opener.
Yeah, I'm actually a little surprised too that 6 Hex Tech hasn't made a little bit of a comeback, because it was pretty strong when we saw it. It was a Sivir 6 Hex Tech, not really a striker. Again, that's kind of like the difference of these sets, right? It's what version of Sivir are you going to bring to the table? You actually have a couple different versions you can do. You can do the Hex Tech version, where you're probably going to move power away from the Sivir. You're going to go the Striker scenario, where you're going to move power into the Sivir. There's a couple different varieties of the same unit that you can run in a couple different comps. But the fact that 6 Hex Tech has done really well is, I think, clue that we should maybe go for it a little bit more. Maybe it was just lobby dependent, but it seems like a pretty good synergy so far in terms of especially the early game with that shield.
It does, and I don't think, at least I can't remember, any carry that you can go like 2 totally separate like vertical traits that both support the same unit, right? With Sivir and Hextech or Striker. I don't think that's really been the case, and that's
cool,
so fascinating. Right? Yeah, really, I didn't really think about it until you're just mentioning it now. But it adds a lot of options. You can run that Sivir, right? You're still going to itemize her the same way, but then for what items you get in like your stage 4, right, and Raptors, and even on Wolves, you can decide what direction to go from there based off of, okay, I have good Hex Tech items because I'm going to itemize my Alistair really tankily, or I have more offensive components, so I can go the direction of Strikers because I can just itemize my Irelia now. I think it's so fascinating, actually, and there's probably a lot more to be discovered on how you optimally, build both and when to commit to either one. I think is definitely something I'm going to be looking at for the future.
Yeah, I think the only other person that might live in that area is Gnar with Yordle Socialite. But definitely not as much as Sivir. Like, Sivir is like, for all of my ARAMers out there, right? Sivir is like building AP Kaisa on an ARAM, right? Because you can, because it's better for that version of the map, right? You're gonna hit more from it. You can build AP. You're not gonna be taking away too much because you're not going AD. Same thing in this kind of situation, right? What are you going to give away? What are you going to take? Do you need to be tankier? Do you need to be doing a little bit more damage? But that does mean that Sivir's peak levels are probably always going to be a little lower than some other carries.
Yeah, I'm thinking of it. I actually found another unit that I think fits that category. It's Yone. I think Yone you could build with Challengers or Academy. During the beginning of set 6, there was a lot of just running Academy. Then as the set progressed,
you're right.
It was Challengers, but it actually did go back a little bit into running Academy. I think we saw that a little bit in the mid-set finale.
It was an 8 Academy, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Or was it 6?
I think it was 8. I don't remember for sure, but I mean, either way, still can go the route of multiple different trees to still buff the same units, right? Challenger for the attack speed, Academy for just the raw stats, the AD there really buffing up the Yone a lot. But Sivir does fit into that category, but it's still fascinating because those are units, right, with the Yone that have been good throughout the course of the whole set. Sivir, I think, as well, going to be good for the whole set for similar reasoning.
Yeah, I think the other thing about it too is then you get the spats, right? Sivir can already fit into a couple different compositions. You add a spatula to her, maybe mutant buff is going to be really good on someone like her, right? The execute would have been great with that static shift Sivir. So, Interesting. Super cool stuff when you really peel back the onion layers, right? And that's why we're saying, hey, in a week, even if there's no patch, we might see totally different comps. Because what we're just talking about, right? Someone has a thought and they're like, wait a second. And, you know, they're going to min-max it and see.
Yep. Very much. Ooh, Eve's gloves, actually. I thought it might have been a Quicksilver there, but no, it's going to be TG on the Swain for now. Swain, a Hextech.
Man, that unit has not had a good time in this set so far.
Nope.
The Gnar
MF
helping things out. Oh, good MF ult. Oh, that was close.
Just a little bit more
damage. That was really close. If we were a hex further away, we actually would have been fine. We would have won that because of the sniper buff. But ooh, that's a white too. Bradini at 24 HP at round 3-3.
Wow. That's, I was gonna say a little low. No, that's very low. That's what game 1, I think, Dog Guy had.
Crispy had 19, I think, at this point.
No, on Wolves. On Wolves.
Oh yes.
So we're still a couple rounds out from Wolves.
Yeah.
So we could be dropping even lower than that. Dog had 24. Yeah, there's a 19 as well, but that's still 2 rounds from now. He really needs to turn it around.
You know, and we're already kind of catching something that Bradini can definitely work on. It's that consistency, right? There's going to be times where going 1st or 8th and always playing like that is not the right choice, right? Yeah, I was actually talking to my husband about Wordle, and apparently we attack it totally differently, right? I'll use like throwaway words.
Yeah.
Like say like I know a letter is somewhere, I'll just use a different word to get more letters into the box versus people who are like, all right, I know S stays here, so I'll only put S here.
Yep.
Right? Can happen in TFT as well. You got locked into your habits. And what I think Bradini needs to do is kind of learn, all right, let's start this way. Let's see what branches we can go, especially at the beginning of PvE. It's the great equalizer, so you can do that stuff.
Yeah.
Going 1st or 8th every single time is a risk. And, you know, you might win a tournament like, Robin does, or, you know, someone like, or DQA. But you can win a tournament while losing to a late game PvE round. So literally anyone can do it.
True. I actually love that Wordle example because in those situations, right, it might be correct to do one way in one situation and correct to do the other way in like the same situation another time, just based off of like what particular, in the Wordle example, like what word happens to be. Like there's only so many examples or so many instances of, you know, it can be so many S words, but sometimes it is just probably mathematically better to go the other direction and just use a searching word. But for now, we're looking at why Bradini was so low. It is because it is mercenaries. 5 mercenaries with 3 Nikos helps right now. Boop, what are we gonna see here? There's a tome, there's 3 Nikos, there's a lot of gold.
Level 8 at 3-6? No.
4-1, I guess.
Flex. I would have 100% flexed on the lobby just then. Because the first 5 cost unit I see, I'm just Nicoing it, and I have an extra one. Right? It doesn't even matter. So this is where tier 3 5 cost units become realities, right? You only need 6 now. One can hope that'll probably not be the case. We'll be closer to a tier 3 cost unit or 4 cost unit most likely.
Yeah.
This Warwick overachieving right now, in my opinion.
If Bradini had an HP lead in the lobby and had like 5 Merc win streaking and like lost streak for like a little bit, got those Nikos, then maybe that tier or that 3-star legendary would be the case. Probably not though. Wow, a TG. Okay. That's
a
pretty
high
nice.
roll.
That is a high roll.
On the 5 mercs. So this is already probably, in terms of quality of mercenary roles we've seen, this has probably been the best one all day. Trapclaw is not going to be very helpful against the Wolves. Tough opponent upcoming. But yeah, triple Nikos. That's terrifying. But we have seen some pros get kind of analysis paralysis out of using their Nikos and die with them on the bench. So it isn't that auto win, but I mean, we could get a tier 2 Victor if we want, or tier 2 Galio, or a tier 2 insert 5 cost unit.
Yeah.
Right? It really doesn't matter. It does matter, but the patience that we're seeing here is actually quite nice.
Bradini...
We don't have a lot of time, though.
Yeah.
Is it patience or indecision?
Bradini seems like they actually are pretty dizzy here, and that's understandable. This is the early set. You don't know exactly what specific transitions you want to make. Running 4 Merc, didn't get some of these units on the board, didn't use any Nikos, didn't use the Tome. Maybe not using the Tome is fine. because you're going to want a more defined late game comp before you actually, pop it so you can get the exact trait that you want. Maybe it's still okay though. It is 4-1. A lot of players, when they do start spiking, it is going to be at 4-2 instead. So it's fine. Still winning that round. Still getting a little bit of merc value, although it's not going to be 5 merc value.
It's not going to be a Thief's Gloves.
Yeah. But not getting units like an Oriana 2 in.
Oh my goodness.
It's a Seraphine 2, thankfully.
From the pack. Doesn't even need any of the Nikos. We do have a couple 5-cost units if we want.
Sivir.
Regular old Sivir.
Probably just go this direction, right? This is Aurelia 2. We go Sivir, we go Strikers. Call it a wrap. Sell this Warwick. Get him out of here. Get the items onto somebody else. There is Zeri, though.
We could push a tier 3 Sivir. We could also get a tier 2 Zeri. We do have that sniper. There it is. We finally used it. I just wanted those Nikos to be used, man.
Yeah, I respect not using them preemptively because the board was still strong. Again, the specific power timings that people will spike at and, not needing to overreact. Sure, reacting appropriately here. Zeri, very good. Did a lot of damage there. Running 3 sniper, the board's still not near what it wants to be in the end game. Still the tome is on the bench as well. Mercs are still in.
We're still pivoting.
We're gonna be pivoting for the next 2 rounds. Actually,
yeah.
2 rounds. Gonna pivot for 2 more rounds.
Oh, look at this! We have a Rabadons on an Ari. It's Rayo this time, not having the same success. It's the Giant Slayer combination, flat AP with Giant Slayer buff for the high HP targets, which there are a lot of in the front line. And sometimes some of our carries in the back line can get up to the line as we have Trade Sector, so we get a free roll, which is interesting to see because we don't have any good tier 2 units.
Yep. The only tier 2s are 1 costs and then Zyra. Yeah, that's a kind of moment. A Rod is on the Ari. Deathcap maybe incoming. People saw that build, they're like, wait a minute, that build's cracked. All right, we need to build that exact build every single time.
The only other thing I kind of want to experiment with Ari might be something like blue buff Hextech Gunblade and have her be like a utility support and not really care about the damage. I think there might be something there. Kind of like when we were seeing Talon and Malzahar with the double Hextech Gunblades.
Yeah, it's only reason that I think personally it's a bit awkward is just because Syndicate already gives healing, and then if you're running it as like a support carry, like what's your other carry going to be? There is the potential if you do get like a crazy Zyra build. Maybe I think Zyra actually is low-key the MVP of a lot of situations. Ashe could fill that role as well, being a carry. Need a lot of specific items, but I think that there actually may be something there with multiple carries and Ari not being the main one.
Imagine if that comes to let Shaco. Oh man, that'd be
nuts.
So we have our quad Arcanus on this board right now with Crispy Burger. This is Crispy's had a little bit of an interesting go of it over the last couple of rounds. A lot of just different options and not a lot of intentional direction, in my opinion. It seems like we're reacting more than I think we should be at the moment. It's like, oh, it's this, as opposed to looking for this, gonna get this, if that makes sense.
Ari is going to go in. If Kreisberger doesn't find the Ari during the rolls, is going to probably Nico it. Yeah, it was a little slow there. I actually would have liked to see Kreisberger roll a bit faster. Maybe didn't need to Nico. The Ari is also still on, running Yordles, still running 5 Arcanus. Giant Slayer the last item, potentially.
Crispy lost 50 gold in the Great Convergence crash of 2022.
Yeah.
The Valentine's crash of 2022 on Fight Night Rising. Dude, I don't think Jeweled Gauntlet is best in slot on that carry. I don't know, man. That Rabadon's Giant Slayer was just so good.
It's okay, especially Jeweled Gauntlet with no IE, right? That's not going to be great. There's probably better combinations there. Giant Slayer seems like it gets a lot of value. Just in general in this set. Spellblade, super good, I think, here. Future Sight was, get a Zephyr, know who you're always going to fight. Also very good.
Uplink is actually not bad for this particular team comp. So the Ari and the Morgana are going to get 3 mana per second. So we are going to be using Cybernetic Uplink. Let's see what happens here.
That's so interesting.
3 mana per second. We want to get an item on the Victor, or else we're just going to have a blank item for them, and we can get at least a large rod on them if we want.
Soko gonna be giving mana to Ari, who probably doesn't need it.
Second row, by the way.
Second row. I like this position. I think this is probably, I don't know if I want to say it's correct, but I at least really want to see what happens when she is positioned here. And I like that Edge of Night Victor. He's going to block for the Ari, as well as drop the aggro, so the other units cannot hit the Ari for longer, and it's going to give him that cybernetic uplink value. So good stuff here overall for Chrissy Berger. Hopefully it works out.
Yeah, backline access. Look at that.
It's so good. It's so good, actually.
Well, even when you have a bad throw, you're getting more value.
Yep.
On this version too. See?
Ooh.
Yeah, that was perfect.
Exactly.
That was a perfect Ari round. Yeah.
If there was any other positioning, that probably would have been our own loss.
Yeah, I mean, so interesting. So interesting. We're still going through that discovery, and the difference between just the row that you put your unit in is causing different results. I do love the Ari in, quote, the Draven spot. And it's so funny because literally everyone knows what that is.
Yeah, I still call it the Felcon spot, to be honest, kind of sometimes.
Depends if you're an AP or AD player, you know?
Yeah.
Draven, I think, is the one that has always lived there, even since the very beginning. But we're going to move over to Shiv Rageblade on the Sivir. And as RuPaul Charles likes to say, it might get severe up in here. With the Rageblade and the Shiv. Putting attack speed on Sivir is very, very interesting because of the ult. You don't technically need it, but you're going to come out of that ult with more attack speed. I see how it works, especially with the double chalice next to it as well.
Ooh, Giant Slayer, immediate slam from Yunyuki. Still having... Oh, okay.
That's like that.
Oh, wow. Okay, this Irelia, only tier 1. Same with the Sivir, but if Yunyuki can roll and hit both tier 2s, this could be a lobby winning board. Vi actually gets found. Does she go in for anything here? Yeah, it's gonna be the Braum actually.
Oh,
wait,
Alistar needs 2 spaces. Oh no, someone's. I mean, it's been a long day.
It has been a long day. It's 11:30
those are again
here.
like the mistakes that we're talking about, right? Those are the things that you normally wouldn't. You may not make that mistake literally an hour ago. So we have the Irelia 2 this time. Wow, that wasn't even close. But look at this lobby. Look at the top 2, and then everyone else.
Yeah, it's usually one person that's dominating the lobby this hard if there is an outlier, but there's 2 outliers here. Have they just like dodge each other for the whole game? Besides like 1 round, maybe? I mean, it can happen. Crazy if it does, but it can very well happen that way. Renata Glass. Sonya's on that Renata with Gunblade. But up against the D-Claw Vi, yeah, that's probably not going to be enough.
Bramble versus Dragon's Claw. It's going to be the Bramble that works out. The tier 1 Bramble Vi. One of the best releases in Overwatch. In League of Legends history. I don't know. You said it earlier too.
I did. I said
like in my mind.
I said Silco's kind of
anyway.
Playing over. Okay, never mind.
You know what, Khroen? It's your fault.
It sounded better in my head.
Yeah. That's what you call being cast. Sorry. Okay, back onto the game. 8 HP at the bottom of the leaderboard. 8 and 4. Rayo. Fallen victim. It's just so tough when you like... I know for me, say, you're playing a game and all of a sudden you're like, this could happen. You know, that hope. Sometimes it's better to play without hope. We've actually seen that be a thing at Fight Night before, but once you kind of have that hope and the sweaty palms come through, it can be really, really tough to consistently do the same because no one was paying attention earlier. Yeah. Right now, all of a sudden, everyone knows, and you're getting casted. You're in the final lobby. It can be tough as Rayo finishes in probably 8th place.
Yep. Oh wow, big. Not only 4th lobby curse, but 5th lobby curse as well. Was leading going into the 2nd stage of play, but not able to keep it together.
XI and Clave absolutely destroying this lobby, which tells me that Bradini has a very good chance of winning.
7 mutant. Yeah, go ahead.
The power level has been at the top end of the lobby this entire time. Bradini has technically been on the top end of the lobby with that Merc cash out, had 76 gold after that cash out, spent about 3 to 4 rounds figuring out how they wanted to, play the rest of the game, because I think it needed that much time, and we're still on fire through that. So throughout the challenging part of the pivot, Bradini has already gotten through there unscathed. Now we're going over to 7 Mutant, and let's see what happens with this Irelia, because it's going to be a lot of auto-attacking.
It is, indeed. A lot of auto-attacking. That's what she likes. Is not going to be enough, though. The CC coming through. Too good. Kaisa 1 cannot get the job done. Landario takes a loss. Bradini still stabilizing. Bradini didn't have a pivot turn, had like a pivot stage where they utilized probably like about a whole stage to get the endgame comp to what they wanted it to, but they got rewarded for it. Didn't have to all pivot immediately because they were still strong enough. This streak is probably like a 7-8 streak or something like that.
Yeah,
it's getting up
went
there.
At level 9, and we've been at level 9 since I think the beginning of stage 5-1. We've been an entire level ahead of the rest of the lobby. Crispy Burger slowly. I think this is actually a pretty great result for Crispy. I kind of counted her out when the last time we saw her. I think we got to go with Morgana 3.
I mean, yeah, it's just gonna be probably waiting until the last second, selling the Orianna.
So you don't give
or the Lulu.
Too much context to the rest of the board, because everyone knows.
Yeah,
you see someone, they all just came by.
Happens.
Yeah, 2 people came by. Everyone knows there's a Morgana now, and everyone has now positioned around it.
Exactly. Zephyr is going to go onto the Morgana. Okay. Is going to just Zephyr the Sejuani.
More health and magic resist. That actually, man, talk about Morgana's dream in that situation.
Yeah.
Gets
one.
a 4-man ult. Victor gets through. Ari now 2. We're going to get some mage victory here. It's going to be Rabadon's Jeweled Gauntlet blue buff. Imagine if this was a Giant Slayer, like, for real.
Yeah.
How much better that would be instead of the Jeweled Gauntlet. Flat damage instead of the potential random crits. It's guaranteed damage, right? So that makes sense. Interesting. Fascinating stuff with this Ari. I think it could probably take a whole lobby and still have 2 different answers for you on what best slot is for that unit is.
True. Crispy Burger rolling down to 0, not hitting any upgrades. Victor pair and Darius pair. Yeah, this Ari doesn't need to be in the. There we go. This is better. I like this.
Keep it in the second row. You've won 3 in a row with it. I don't know why you would move her back. All right, we actually are going up against a Galio 2 with a Bramble and a Frozen Heart. That's a scary item combination on that unit. But when he's in the air, you can be a little bit vulnerable, but man, not enough. Barely any damage going on to that comp. There's an elimination there for Crispy Burger. Zeri in the back line is going to dip, dash, dive, dip, dash, and dive.
This is actually Summoner's Rift Zeri.
So strong. Just in general, and misses sometimes, just like I do.
Yep.
So it really is like playing at home. We have a top 4 friends watching you, Bradini, XI, and Clave.
Even a Hextech emblem coming through here for Clave. Gonna get some use of that. Already running 1 Hextech with the Sejuani. No, the Hextech is not Victor.
Yeah, we'll probably put Thieves on Victor. Hextech could go on one of the frontliners. Maybe the Rek'Sai or the Zac.
Let's see it. CG Victor. And who gets it? Anybody, doesn't matter.
I wish like there could be like a fun thing you could do where you like throw the item and it randomly gets placed on someone.
That would be fun,
right? Or like if there was like an item dispenser, you could like put the item in and it like chooses. You can like I don't know. There's so many things you can still do at TFT, and we're only at the beginning, which is so fun. 6.5 is where we're at. We're on the lobby 5. Game winner, fight night winner, about to be crowned here in about 1 stage. Cho'Gath gets lifted up. We haven't seen like any Colossi at all do well outside of an Alistar in a Hextech comp.
Mutant Draven for
First
Lindario.
Draven too.
This is wild. He's running so fast. He's attacking so fast. And the attack's doing a lot of damage, healing up, but actually has to walk forward because of the aggro drop from the Edge of Night, and that makes a difference in the round. Allows Khroen to take it, and wow, Lindario drops 36 HP, finds another Draven too, so 3 Dravens away from 3-starring it.
That was probably the best Renata performance we've seen so far today in terms of value from that unit, because not only did it help with the Edge of Night, it actually helped some of our units stay alive longer because of the Hextech Gunblade. Yep. And we're going to be able to move some things around. I think this Galio comp is going to be tough to get through, but if someone can, it's actually going to be that Renata.
We'll see Renata on this board as well. From Hua Chen Yu, and it gets Zephyred. What's going to happen when it comes back down? It has the Morellos, but it's taking a long time to apply it. Victor cast from Khroen going to go off here.
That Orianna ult was
big.
Insane. Man, it got literally everyone there. But now it's Vi. Gargoyle Stoneplate's how you do it. You don't win against Renata in that situation. Renata, if you have like a 2v1 with Renata Glask on the other side, you're gonna lose.
Yep.
There's just no way you're gonna beat that. Over 50 gold. We could level to 9 early if we wanted to, but there's no real reason to, since we've won the last 2 rounds.
Can just kind of hang on. A lot of big HP lead. Trying to utilize this HP well enough to beat Bradini, because Bradini's comp has already demonstrated it is not going to lose. In fact, it's a big contestant, I think, to go first place in this lobby. And let's see it. Nice Zephyr. Khroen not going to be the strongest version of themselves right now, so might lose. Just trying to go 9, trying to roll into this Victor 2 in these upgrades.
And now we've got the Frozen Heart, and unfortunately not like the best position available for the Galio, but it's good enough. The Zeri has no damage on it. The Renata not even able to get to the Zeri, but it's Zeri and Galio. Galio gonna move up. Zeri not gonna get hit by any of those ultimates, and that's gonna be kind of what we're gonna see over the cycle of this top 3 now.
For Khroen not leveling there, actually the fight was a lot closer than I anticipated it to be. Renata doing a lot more work. Victor as well. It kind of depends on the Thieves Gloves role, but did a lot of work last fight. Arcanist Emblem here. Gonna make sure that they can run 2 Arcanists, buffing up the whole team. This is a big find. Especially if when Khroen hits level 9 here, they can find Victor 2. Find Silco as well. Buffing up a ton of modded units like Victor and Renata is going to be a big help. Okay. Yep. You have Salvage Bin. Little reminder.
Man, I know I say every time we see the augment, but if there's an augment I forget I have, it's that one.
Oh, but it's
every time.
Okay. So would have liked to see that Tactician's Crown come through before the round actually started, but you know, it's okay. We have a lot of more HP to work with. It won't be the last round for Khroen.
We're just trying to make it interesting, right? Giving some other people the hope. Bradini loses, actually, on one of those rounds. Wow. I wonder if it was from Khroen's comp. So Khroen in the driver's seat as XI finishes in 3rd. Bradini definitely in the driver's seat for the victory. Khroen, though, trying to get the final lobby completed. We do get that Victor 2 and a Zeke's, which is nice for someone like Renata, who has, again, the ability to feels like you're shooting through molasses in a dream when you are using Renata Glask.
Yeah, this is, I think, big actually for the opponents left over. Can Chalice and Morellos? Ooh, actually, it's going to Ionic and Redemption. That's going to be decent. Not a lot of value on a Tom Kench because he's not fed up, right? He's just a little tier 1, no extra stats really, but it might still be enough. It was a close fight when Khroen was just level 8, so now he's level 9, has the Victor upgrade. What the lasers are going to do, they're not going to take out Zeri immediately, but they're going to be healed up thanks to the help of Renata. More Victor lasers comes through. Zeri lives in 1 HP. Zeri!
The orb walking! The attack moving! The attack moving! No, not just yet, but Zeri could have pulled that off.
Oh, it's so close. We're going to stage 7, Boop.
The mechanics.
Zeri could do it. Zeri mechanics.
Bradini has 2 HP remaining. We get over 200 health for our Tom Kench. Zeri was trapped in the corner there for a bit, went back and forth in the same hex a couple times. So Victor was able to tag her on 2 out of 3 of those ultimates. But the way that Zeri moves, she can either feed herself to the Victor or look like the most masterful player in the entire Convergence. So it's really up to that Zeri at this point.
Yeah. Zeri versus the world. Is it going to be on release Zeri, 42% win rate, or, LCS Zeri, EG, pentakill on Danny? All right, Bradini gets Jin 3. That's going to be,
apparently not that good, because every time we've seen it, it's gotten 4th and below. Impossible so far here today, but the Jin, in terms of who it's going to be able to get, actually can take the Victor and Renata Glass down. So, and it's going to be able to target them with that ult. We got to get to that ult, and once we do, we should be fine. No items on the Jin, though, but we are a debonair.
Our debonair indeed gets enforced because of the high HP pool. Actually allows Zeri some time to start popping off, start ramping up, gets CC'd, however. Oh no, that's not what you want to have happen to your Zeri. The Victor lasers come through. Zeri still survives. All eyes on Zeri. She has to go against the world here. Gets 1. Gets 2. Can she know the CC? It's not enough. Khroen, big win there to take the final lobby of the day.
Khroen finishing out the day with a wonderful victory and probably the most challenging lobby of the day. It's not just the last one. It was in terms of peak power performance, the one that I think we've seen the stronger comps all in. Renata showing up there, really good against those hyper tanky units, huh?
Yeah, I wasn't sure, actually. Renata was one of the units that I came in today saying, I wonder who can make her work and how they can make her work. And I think we saw, especially with the Gunblade, applying her ult to a bunch of different units, being able to heal up her team, actually still apply a lot of damage as well. I was really impressed by Renata value there. But that being said, let's go ahead and take a look at the scores and see where that victory left Khroen in second, as Bradini actually secures the first place overall on the night. What a close game, though, that one was, and just a close tournament, honestly, overall. We had some really, really insane games.
And on a little bit of a sour note for our returning players, none of them making it to next week. So brand new group of 4 moving into Fight Night Rising next week, and we'll see how long they'll be able to stay. But Bradini takes the victory by 4 points, gets the first place and then the second place in the last 2 lobbies to solidify that victory.
Yeah, good stuff from our new top 4. And I guess it's harder to have consistency in a lobby of 16 players, or a tournament of 16 players, right?
So, just more variables, right?
More variables, more games are introducing more variables as well. But I think it's nice to start to see again just the emergence of I guess we'll call them the new guard of TFT, right? Players really coming here, especially to a new set, and showing kind of what they got, showing what the set's about, showing what they can make happen. And Bradini, really did it super phenomenally today, as well as the rest of the top 4.
Yeah, again, had a very polarizing day, Bradini did. The first couple lobbies were interesting, right? The way that they played out, I wasn't expecting this particular result, but we got that Merc cash out, we got that 76 gold, we got 3 Nico's health. I mean, like, the other cash outs we had were literally just components gold, not 3 Nico's, and that was a 5 Merc cash out, I believe, at that time. And then we got a free Thief's Glove off of a single Merc win 2 rounds later. So, when the world is kind of telling you to win like that, it's hard not to. But you got to give props to Bradini. It seems like we played moderately flexible today, and that helped us bring us the dub there. We didn't win that last lobby, but we didn't need to. We did exactly what we needed to do to win out today.
Exactly. And actually, I do have a quick correction. Apparently, Banana in Pajama is Khroen. So they're actually, they are returning. So
look at that. Banana in Pajama is Khroen. Man, it's like, some esports in China, a lot of those players will change their names every season, and a lot of it
Yep.
has to do with what their girlfriend is. I don't know if you've ever noticed that a
Really?
lot of
I didn't know that,
usernames
actually.
in China are like Eileen or Crystal or something like that, and it's usually the name of their
Oh.
girlfriends. And I wonder if that's
Huh.
why they keep changing.
You
Happy
know,
Valentine's Day, everybody.
I don't know. Maybe. I actually don't know
Right?
though. That's fascinating. I knew like the name change thing was a kind of a frequency thing, but
Yeah, it's not always
um,
that, of course, but
yeah,
it
that's
it
fair.
is something that happens where you're like, wait a second, it's the same person, just with a different name. It's like when I tell people
Tag.
my name is Chris, they're like, who's
Yeah.
that? Who's
Who
Chris?
Megalol? No, I'm just
Yeah.
kidding. Boopasaurus. That is Chris. The name has some weight around these parts. Boop. Proud.
Especially my stomach parts. That's where most of the weight lives.
Not what I no you I try you're so good at self-deprecating humor. I try to get some positive and you just
It's so funny
spin it
because
immediately. You're just too good.
you really want to lift me up because you're a great friend, right? But I like don't let you. It's so
It's
funny.
hard.
And then
I'm just
and then I'll be like down to myself and I'll be like, nobody likes me. And then here I am, right, saying these things. I'm sure people in chat can empathize with what I'm talking about. We're still
yeah.
trying to get that interview for y'all, but you know, in
Yeah.
terms of what we didn't see today, we didn't see a lot of new chase traits, right? We didn't see
Yeah.
anything more than 4 strikers, right?
True. Didn't see four strikers. Didn't
We did get
see.
to see 7 mutants twice, and we
Yeah.
got to see 6 hex techs, not technically a chase trait, but those are the other things that I think are going to be coming back. We saw a lot of like, it's hard to describe, like Stand United type comps where it's just a lot of different stuff.
Yeah.
You're trying to get the completion achievement on the board, but we didn't really see a ton of that. We saw Hex Tech 6 one time. That was kind of like of the newest core comps, the only one we saw.
Yeah.
Oh, we saw a lot of Irelia and Sivir, but other than that,
Didn't see 7 innovators. Didn't see, I think, anything above like 4 challengers. Didn't see any wide assassin boards. We saw 6 arcanists though. We saw 7 syndicates. We saw a couple of chase traits, but there were some that I agree that like I would have expected and actually really liked to see work. But this didn't come through, and maybe we'll see them next week, right? There's still a
maybe.
lot of that can happen. A lot of meta evolutions there as well. So who knows? Also, we will unfortunately not have an interview, so we can just wrap up by continuing this conversation, talk about what we're expecting to see maybe the next week, maybe just thoughts on this set as well. I mean, we had a great day of games, I think, overall, even though we didn't see everything.
Yeah, I actually think we got a lot of similar games today. We saw a lot of Sivir, right? I said it's severe up in here a couple times.
If
And
you
so, and again, I think the thing that I'm taking away from it is kind of something that we belabored on and pontificated on, which is Sivir. The fact that she is enabled in 2 totally different archetypes, but is the kind of the anchor carry unit in both of them is fascinating to me. So I'm curious to see if a surprising unit like Sivir comes out, maybe some we don't expect, or it might be like Yone in the last set. But there is still a lot of discovery to have, and I think that was very obvious today. I think we went into our comfort zone for a lot of these games, which is very normal for a first week PBE tournament. But in terms of balance, what we saw there really wasn't anything egregious.
yeah.
That I saw today. Maybe, some adjustments on a couple things. I think Corki can actually get buffed a little bit when it comes to, or actually the augments that Corki can use, I think can get buffed a little bit. But outside of that, I was really happy with what I saw.
Definitely, and we're going to see even more next week. That's the fascinating thing about just set 6 in general with augments. We're going to see a completely different set of games because of augment choices, right? It's not because the players just didn't lean in certain directions. It's because the game kind of steered them in specific ones sometimes and not towards the other like niche scenarios that pop up all too frequently. Because it's random, right? It's just a few choices that you get, and once you pick your first one, you lean in some specific directions. It's a lot of good fun though. I really do enjoy Neon Knights so far. I think there's again a lot more to solve, and that is the most interesting thing for me. So that'll do it for us at Fight Night Rising this week. No interview, but congrats to Berdini for being our Fight Night Rising victor this week, and for Banana Pajama aka Clave for going 2 weeks in a row, looking to make it 3 here soon. But thank you all for watching. Appreciate it. We'll be back here next week, more Fight Night Rising. But until then, take care and have a good night.